cut off.
There's nobody on the entire platform to call him out. Nobody.
You're listening to Second Moon Radio with J. Thomas Hornbuckle, and we're pervading some of the finest classical music on the air. Keep that dial right here.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere. Local stargazers are in for a real treat tonight, as the aurora borealis is expected to light up the night sky.
That's right, Jim. Don't forget to look up this evening. It promises to be quite a sight.
Probably Merrick. They really are superior. They have really good history. Yeah, they're both. South Korean's though. I'm gonna be on the losing side. You just conquer them economically. Saves them. It's more. It's easier for them to not do it militarily. Last 100 years. I'd move. Sometimes. Probably.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
Local authorities are urging the public to conserve water and reduce the burden on the city during this water shortage. Consider installing a low-flush toilet, cut back on watering the lawn, and shower with a friend whenever possible. This has been a local public service announcement. You're listening to Second Moon, the station for the cultural sophisticate who doesn't fear extending their ears to the more challenging sphere of the classical genre. Let us move now from the musical page to the literary. Here we have some perfectly anguishing correspondence from a listener. My dear Professor Hornbuckle, whereas I make no apology for my erudite, modesty demands that I prevaricate against the title. I am but a humble devotee of the form, and all my expertise derives merely from a life devoted to the gentle arts. Though I do thank you for the honor. But I digest. To continue. Professor Hornbuckle, as a traveler from my homeland, I long to hear a tune that speaks to the anguish of my road-weary soul. There now, my good fellow, chin up, as it were. No need to wallow in sediment. Leave that to those poet chaps, eh? Here's a tune just for you, and I do hope it provides your aching spirit some modest desolation.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming, as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this. For our feature story, we're on the streets with Kim this hour, taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim, what's the word on the street? Tell us what you're hearing.
It's more what I'm smelling, Glenda. I have to say, it just plain stinks around here. Gross. And these concerned citizens agree.
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long. There's rotting food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and... Oh, God, I can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it. And the piles of filth just keep growing and growing and growing and growing.
Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
You heard it here, folks. We're not doomed. It's still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after this.
driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Recent spikes in demand have led to temporary local shortages in the city's fresh water supply. The public should be aware that we are struggling to get the situation in hand. This has been a local public service announcement.
Second Moon Radio with your host, J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Tune in tomorrow for a second chance to hear the music of yesteryear.
For our feature story, we're on the streets with Kim this hour, taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim, what's the word on the street? Tell us what you're hearing.
It's more what I'm smelling, Glenda. I have to say, it just plain stinks around here. Gross. And these concerned citizens agree.
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long. There's rotting food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and... Oh, God, I can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it. And the piles of filth just keep growing and growing and growing and growing.
Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
You heard it here, folks. We're not doomed. It's still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after this.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
you
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement. A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're back with Second Moon Radio, your second musical home from home. So settle back in your chair, pour yourself a glass, and prepare for another hour of musical delight. Tonight we are doing a musical tour of Italia. Land of art and culture. Que bon, as they say. And an aria inspired by the infamous Vivaldi shall be our guide.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
For our feature story, we're on the streets with Kim this hour, taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim, what's the word on the street? Tell us what you're hearing.
It's more what I'm smelling, Glenda. I have to say, it just plain stinks around here. Gross. And these concerned citizens agree.
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long. There's rotting food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and... Oh, God, I just can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it. And the piles of filth just keep growing and growing and growing and growing.
Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
You heard it here, folks. We're not doomed. It's still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after this.
You guys hit a better clip than I did yesterday. Yeah. What? Something cool, and you guys just gotta outdo me.
They're right here. Nope. It's one shot.
Place where we were actually actively guarding around with the audience and
Yes.
going into them, they got loose.
They got loose a little bit, but it's funny. It's like when you shoot a special, you do comedy all the time, and then you go out and you shoot a special, and you go, okay, I've done this a million times. It's gone great, and it'll go great now, and we'll just get it on film. And then you go out, and it's like, and I'm like embarrassed because you're there, and in my head I'm like, I hope he left. Because you're all excited, and you're like, I'm coming to see the special. I'm excited, and I'm like,
well, thank God I came.
I mean, I'm up there, and I'm like doing bits, and the audience is just staring at me, and I go, well, this is good. And then, but afterwards, you corrected it and said, you got to make it like a comedy club.
Well, to those guys' credit, they all did exactly what I said, which is beautiful. They didn't push back at all.
They were smart.
Yeah, they had so much work that they put into making things interesting. They lit the walls weird.
Yeah.
They did all this stuff.
Yeah.
But I said, you got to understand, all this stuff makes people self-conscious. The more they can see themselves, the more they can see other people, the more they're self-conscious, the more they won't laugh. And Tim's act is fucked up.
Right.
Like you have to cut loose on some jokes that in polite company you would never laugh at.
That's right.
You would turn your head away from. So.
And what was a mind fuck is that I was here a month ago, and I did 6 shows, and they were like the best shows we've ever done.
You're like, this is the perfect place to film.
Why wouldn't we film it here?
Right.
And we filmed it at the store, and we didn't get the coverage. I had a good set, but the coverage wasn't there.
Yeah, I heard about that.
And
which doesn't make any sense.
It was not ideal.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's not
That's
great.
not a giant room. It's not like
Ho, ho, ho. This is Slurp Bofa coming to you live from the Deprogram Sweatshop deep in the bowels of the earth. With consumption season in full swing, your favorite podcasters are here to help. We've assassinated the CEO of North Pole LLC, Santa Claus, and are now capitalistically producing anti-capitalist products made by the nimble hands of fully unionized children. Elves. This season's drop reeks of versatility, suitable for all sorts of critical life events, from corporate Christmas parties to weddings, paramilitary clandestine operations, or even dinner dates, if any of you are capable of finding love. Our flying reindeer are currently on loan as an organic vegan alternative to military drones, bringing down the average CO2 emissions of a payload delivery to almost zero. The many brave private military companies flying over Syria right now couldn't be happier with the service. So this year, we hope a classic human delivery man will suffice. If you're lucky, it might even be Hakeem, with an extra package for you. Follow the link below, get dripped out, consume ironically, support the show, and make family gatherings extremely awkward. Patrons, as always, get a discount, because class society or something. Happy holidays from all of us here at the Deprogram.
Hello everyone and welcome to yet another episode of The Deprogram. Today, for the second time on the show, we have Lolo, the working people's lawyer, the free digital legal advice machine, the second hottest ginger and the number one man you should hit up if you just shot up a CEO. Welcome,
first?
Lolo. Glad to have you back. Before we start today's episode of building up a case for Luigi, the infamous adjuster and CEO assassin, please tell us a little bit more about yourself, what you do,
who's
and
number
where
one?
the people can find you.
Who's the number one?
Bill Burr.
Oh, Bill Burr. Okay,
Daddy
sure,
energy for me, at least.
Okay, that's fair.
Though he's ashamed of his gingerness because he cuts it all off. It's disgusting.
Yeah,
it's
that's just look.
Yeah.
Well, shout out Bill Burr. Thank you. Sorry, what was the question? Who am I?
The question is for you to introduce yourself
Oh,
to
sure,
our wider
yes.
audience.
Oh, wow. I'm a lawyer, but I work for poor people, and I have in the past.
One of the good ones.
Former public defender, and I'm actually starting a new job on Monday, but similar legal work, indigent legal services. Hopefully, before we started up the pod, I was talking about I'm hoping to do some affirmative litigation suing the state of New York for some bad things that they're doing, which I look forward to. And yeah, I'm a writer. I guess that's my only plug. I have a Substack that I've been pretty serious about since like June. I have a new piece out every week, and sometimes they're personal essays, and sometimes I interview really interesting, cool people that I like. I'd love to interview you guys at some point, but a cool interview I did recently was Calla Walsh and Paige Ballinger. They were two of the people who were arrested at Elbit Systems.
Mm-hmm.
They're in jail right now doing their time for that action that they did. So yeah, there's great interviews and cool stuff on there. That's my plug. That's
Lovely.
it.
Hell yeah.
And hopefully soon I'll have a new client. Luigi, Luigi Mangione.
Particular Italian.
We are getting you a new client. What murder? Like if you have to say it at least once in the court
You gotta.
case.
Yeah.
But okay. So, dear listeners, today is going to be a bit different, a bit interesting. Still, we're keeping the interview vibes going on, but with the introductions out of the way, let's properly begin. We will structure the episode like a classic courtroom crime thriller, cut into a few ever recognizable tropes: the crime, the chase, the courtroom, and the result. So let's begin with the crime. Please, Lolo, walk us through what happened, where it happened, and how it was executed. No pun intended, by the way. Let's start with what the victim and the hero, assassin, were up to in the hours before the big event.
Well, I will say that the one nice thing about a murder is there's no complaining witness. That's one of the nice things about a murder.
Makes it a bit more streamlined.
It's an old defense attorney joke that I'm sure people will be horrified by. But yeah, so geez, I'm so lost in time that I'm not even knowing what day of the week this happened. Was this literally last week? I feel like it's been a century.
It was the best week on the internet in my life. I've never seen a week like, even when Kissinger died.
Was it December? It was the morning of December 5th, I think, right? It was a Thursday?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay. So the morning of December 5th at approximately 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, outside the Hilton in Midtown Manhattan, of all places, there was a terrible accident. CEO Brian Thompson fell, funny, on the sidewalk, finding himself dying. He fell into some bullets, and that ended his existence on this planet.
He slipped on a banana peel as well, and the bullets were behind him.
Yeah, they made some of those, like, if you could insert some of those banana peel sounds.
You got it. Green shell.
Sorry, this is quite insensitive of me, obviously. I guess I'm just thinking we take this very seriously. So, yes, Brian Thompson was... there was a person there who was allegedly laying in wait for most of the evening. A masked vigilante who was holding some kind of a weapon with what appeared to be some kind of extended silencer based on, I will say, surprisingly not great CCTV footage considering it's Midtown Manhattan. One of the most shocking things in this case to me so far has been how little footage there really is. You know, I mean, I know we're not seeing everything clearly, like they're not just going to divulge everything to the public, but even the stuff where they're like, oh, here's a clip of this guy, here's him in a taxi cab, here's him walking by a taxi cab, stuff like that, like not super not super high def
Yeah, it's
imagery
potato
of this
quality.
guy.
And there are tens of thousands of cameras in New York City.
Yeah, it's kind of shocking, to be honest, and it goes to show you. I mean, it's important to remember that the clearance rate for murders in New York City is pretty low. A lot of these things don't get solved, and I'll tell you something: they definitely don't put a $10,000 and then the FBI $50,000 reward going after for a generic murder of a person in New York City, and they spend about. Depending on who you ask, $11 billion a year on the NYPD in New York. Some of that is because of hundreds of millions of dollars in lawsuit payouts every year that they do that don't come out of the cops' pension, but that come out of taxpayer money. And then the other is that the insane pension payouts that they pay out to these cops, and also overtime, which they were raking in, looking in the bushes in Central Park for this guy.
Probing once in each bush, yeah. God.
So, as everyone knows, because we've all been on the internet the last couple of days, it was a joyous celebration because Brian Thompson was the former CEO of United Healthcare, which is quite literally, as far as I know, the worst healthcare insurance company in terms of denials. They have a rate of 32%, I believe, of denials.
Which like the worst one in that industry is, I don't know, like you're Hitler and you die and you go to hell and you're like, who the fuck's arresting me here? Like, who the fuck's gonna punish me? Like, I'm supposed to be the boss here, right? It's
I think the rate, I think the average rate is it hovers around like 14 or 15%. So it's quite like double the average for the industry. So it's quite literally the worst in the industry. They're also a member of the Fortune 500 companies. They're one of the most valuable companies on the S&P 500. And this is obviously directly profiting from their policies of denying a shitload of people health insurance. So this is like when somebody has, you name it, cancer, whatever problem, and they go bankrupt because they're charged $180,000 and the insurance doesn't cover it, and they lose their house and their life spirals out of control.
It's the literal business model: get money from the state and then give less of that money to people. That's the business model, and it's somehow, it's so insane that somebody might shoot you in an alley for running it. It's that fucked up.
It's just disingenuous. Like, they call themselves healthcare, right? It's not healthcare. You're a middleman. You're a scalper. That's what you do.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, it's funny, when I first talked about this a little bit online, there were people who work in healthcare, specifically, like healthcare professionals, like nurses and doctors and stuff, who were very much like, hey, healthcare insurance. It's not us. I'm like, I don't think people are blaming doctors and nurses for this. I think, they do have an understanding of that. Doctors still remain, I think, still today, the most trusted people in American society whenever they poll. So I think people are clear that it's the industry itself.
Which is good.
Yeah, which is very good. But anyway, so our masked hero fled on bicycle. And I don't know if did you guys see it first, that guy who was like, I scraped all the city bike data. I scraped all the data and I turned it over to the NYPD, and everybody was like, I hate this guy.
This guy sucks.
Yeah.
But also, why are you scraping all that data?
I don't know.
That's sus.
Look into that guy. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he's doing. And then people were like, no, it's just his hyper focus.
Yeah, small bean surveillance.
He loves the data that he turned over to the NYPD instantly.
What a guy.
But maybe he might have actually helped out, because it turned out it wasn't a city bike, so maybe he threw them in the wrong direction. But I don't know the exact. To be honest, I didn't even care enough to understand his direct route. I know people were kind of mapping it, and they're saying, he went here, here. But he basically went into Central Park, he had a backpack, and then he pieced. And the truth is, if you get away on bicycle in New York City, you can get away. And a lot of people do get away with crimes. I mean, this is one of my biggest things for abolition of the police in general. We spend billions of dollars. The NYPD, one of the biggest police forces in the United States, most expensive, is more armed than the armies of small countries.
Yeah.
They couldn't catch this guy. They didn't have shit on him. They did not. He got caught by a fucking manager at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania. You know what I mean? He got caught by the Panopticon. Yeah. He didn't get caught by fucking any guy in the NYPD. Eric Adams came out and was just like, we got this guy's name, but we don't want to say his name because we don't want to tip him off. Immediately, the second they caught him, they released a report. In the report, they said, they didn't have anything on this guy. We had no idea this was the guy.
He goes to a different school. You wouldn't know him.
Yeah, it's insane that this should be case in point for that they give too much money to the fucking NYPD. They couldn't get this guy. They weren't going to get this guy. He was caught in Pennsylvania. He got, for all intents and purposes, he got away. I mean, he got away. And I mean, he's still out there as far as I'm concerned.
Of course. It's not the poor saw that was captured. Absolutely.
No.
Yeah, he's
just
still
had,
out there.
fan art in his backpack, and like every regular American handgun. It's absolutely okay.
So
but you can absolutely make an argument. Sorry for interrupting. You can make an argument that the person who caught this international assassin, most probably from China or Russia, definitely not Italian American, this international assassin was one of the most underpaid people in the whole fucking country, a McDonald's worker. So I say utilize this market logic, my fellow libertarians. If you want the police force in New York to do better, we must take inspiration from arguably one of our strongest soldiers, the McDonald's employee. And how do we make weak and soft man strong again? By giving them hard times. So lower salaries for New York police officers, take away their cars, take away their guns, take away their pensions, and then only the truest of shills, patriots will end up signing up. Okay? Okay.
Big brain plan.
Please continue.
The Patriots.
The true Patriots.
I do
what was the guys in the fucking metro that used to wear those red Berettas that were like,
the Guardian Angels.
What is this?
Guardian. Oh, you don't know this? The Guardian Angels in New York City? Oh my God. It's Curtis De Silva, I think is his name. He's kind of like a right-wing reactionary guy. He runs for governor of New York sometimes, he just ran for mayor, I think. In the I want to say the 80s, he started this group of like vigilante type guys who would stand on the subway. They wear these red jackets. They call themselves the Guardian Angels.
Oh my God.
Or the Red Angels.
The true police, my friend.
Yeah, but the thing is, literally, they're just hall monitors. Like they call the cops. Like they don't do anything. They're just like, hey, okay, I'm over here. Like, have you ever seen these guys walking around? They wear the jorts and like the boots.
Oh hell yeah!
And the red jackets.
That rocks.
It's a pretty sick fit. I can't lie.
Drip.
I'm a big fan of that guy and those people in general. Love that.
Hell yeah.
I just love the generalized apparatus of surveillance that includes the cop in our own minds.
Always.
Including the low-wage employees of McDonald's. They're braver than the troops. But
still, and I know we're like lefties or whatever, and the system influences your particular situation, which influences the way you act, blah, 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 nerd shit. But fuck that guy.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy.
Fuck those rats in Pennsylvania.
Absolutely.
But
the review bomb. Yeah.
And the place, the McDonald's where he got caught in Altoona was review bomb. So now it's all 1 star.
He might get fired for doing the wrong thing. Which. Yeah,
well, the best part, the thing that I read was there's a chance that he might not get paid.
Yeah. Oops.
Which is like even better. I think I have this sneaking suspicion, though. I mean, look, we're probably never going to find out who the guy is that called in the tip, right? But I'm a little concerned, which is part of me is wondering, and I might be giving too much credit here to the surveillance apparatus, but I saw they posted like the photos from McDonald's, and I was thinking, and he wasn't wearing his mask in some of them, and I was kind of wondering if there's any possibility that he got hit on facial recognition shit. But I don't know if that's, I don't know. That might be a stretch. But
it's a possibility.
It's a possibility, yeah. But basically, they picked him up in Pennsylvania, and my sweet Italian boy, Luigi Mangione. Che cazzo, Luigi? Why you do this? Luigi walks in this. And I will say this points to the defense, at least, in their case. Luigi walks into this place, allegedly, with the same backpack, all of the jackets, every jacket that he wore, and a handwritten manifesto that's a page long stating,
"Boy, I love the cops." Yeah.
The manifesto is fucking crazy. Yeah. The gun, the suppressor, hollow point bullets, basically everything. Everything. And the note itself effectively does say, like, hello, my name is Luigi. I did the crime.
Yeah.
Like that's like that's what it says. It starts off. The note starts off thanking the police.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Like they couldn't help themselves.
It's so Italian. He even has a little bit of class consciousness, but it's like Italian class consciousness. So he's like, the police, are you good? My mama, she's sick. I go shoot. Like it's literally the whole thing. It's incredible.
Dear police,
you fucking with my mama.
Polizia stradale, it's a me and Luigi. I did the crime, but he had it coming. That's like. But they picked him up. They ran him through almost immediately to arraign him. They arraigned him in Pennsylvania on false. He had fake IDs on him. He gave a false identification. That's not a huge deal. Like that's a minor. That's the least of his worries, obviously.
But I'll stop you before we get to the courtroom, though.
Yes,
before we get to the courtroom, and we are literally putting a pause on the little game we're playing as his actual representatives. How big of a chance do you think this, like, unironic, like, I'm genuinely not being ironic, that this is not him? How big do you think?
Look, I mean, or
is it too much tinfoil?
No. I don't think it's. Look, we're talking about the U.S. government here. We're talking about the FBI at a high level. They were doing a full court press manhunt for this guy. They put out the FBI themselves put out a $50,000 reward for this guy, and most importantly, he didn't kill a random fucking guy in the street. He killed the CEO of a Fortune fucking 500 company. They want to the rich and powerful people in this country want to lock this down immediately. They do not want, they're already freaking out that everybody online is fucking loving this and having a field day with it and laughing and making jokes. Rachel Maddow went on MSNBC and tried to compare him to Ted Kaczynski, which I'm sorry, he's not like Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah.
If you know anything about Ted Kaczynski, because he rated Ted Kaczynski's manifesto on Goodreads. Who cares? Like, you know what I mean? Look at my fucking social media. Do you know the shit they would say about me? They'd be like, oh, this guy.
He literally copied my look. What are you talking about? He copied my look. I was doing this before him. For those watching visually, I am screaming and pointing at a face mask.
There is very clearly to me a deep desire to lock this down and get it done with.
Of course.
And it obvious, it definitely begs the question of what kind of guy executes a great crime. I mean, like, does a great job.
Yes.
Kills a person in broad daylight in Midtown Manhattan, gets a state away. Okay, that's a success. That is a success. They successfully commit this crime. And then a week later, basically, or not a week later, but several days later, doesn't have the foresight to get rid of the murder weapon, the suppressor, to have everything on it.
Yeah.
Now, people can say, well, he had the manifesto, and his manifesto says why he did what he did, and blah, 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 right? But the thing is, okay, like, maybe, but also, what the fuck? Like, is it that simple? Would he open the goddamn manifesto thanking the feds?
Yeah.
First sentence? I want to say, I have a lot of respect for the federal authorities. Sorry for, like, causing problems.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I can see it go. I can see it either way. Truly. Yeah. And I think that the response on the internet, and I know that the internet is not necessarily the best, like, I don't know, like a bellwether for what is, like, rational thought. But people are suspect. Like, they're like, what is this? I don't know.
Yeah.
Why did this rich guy go and do this? And it depends on Luigi, to be honest. It's up to Luigi. It's Luigi's life, But I will say that Luigi is now in the hot seat, right? So now he has to make a very serious decision, which is, am I prepared to just fucking take it and then go to fucking prison for this shit? Or am I actually going to fight in a way where my best chance of winning this case? And I think the best chance of winning the case, I think the best chance of winning the case is saying it wasn't me. That's the best chance of winning the case, realistically. It's not fun because, you know what? People want this to be the trial of the century. Do you know what I mean? People want the lawyer to bring in the witnesses, the people whose their mother died, they lost their house. They want to do this shit. They want to put Brian Thompson on trial. I know that I would want to fucking put Brian Thompson on trial, right? But the thing is, at the end of the day, the power of, like, in our minds, you know, like the power of the prosecution, of a prosecutor to come in and say, this is about law and order. We can't do this in our society. We can't just make these decisions. The power of the judge who's going to tell the jury when they read the jury instructions, you must do this. You must, even though they don't have to do it, right? We can talk about jury nullification later. Even though they don't have to do it, the judge says to the jury, you must, if you think he intentionally did this and he did this, then you must find him guilty. That is very powerful to a regular Joe person. And they're going to go, yeah, you know, he did it though. He did it.
I fuck with it, but he did it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That happens all the fucking time, right? So it's really up to Luigi because it's not up to his fucking attorney, right? Luigi's got to make the decision of like, yeah, I didn't do it. If he wants to make that case, you know?
Yeah. And from what I've seen, they are pleading not guilty.
Of course.
Over in Pennsylvania, but there is a, this happens all the time when, like, for example, international law, where like these big heads of state or like heads of armies, while they were doing some fucked up shit, you know, shooting motherfuckers up for their particular ideological concept of what is right and what is wrong, end up going through the courts after a particular conflict ends, and it goes two ways. Either they go full on, I fucked them up, fuck them, I think they're inferior human beings or some reactionary shit, or they go full like, oh no, please, I did not do it, etc. That completely changes how much they can be used by whatever ideological current they used to represent previously as a future hero, future somebody to aspire to, etc. And you brought up an extremely good point with, depending on the direction they take when it comes to the Luigi's defense, depending on the direction they take, it's really going to alter whether he remains a celebrated American hero or a guy who did it but then kind of changed his mind, which obviously that's not why people say I'm innocent and want to defend themselves. They do it because they don't want to go to fucking jail for 50 years. But that's how it's going to be spun. Like, that's literally how it's going to be spun, and it's going to work. On a regular normie, it's going to be like, he rushed to do it because his mom and his own experiences, and now he changes his mind. Kids look at him. He's a great example on why you shouldn't shoot CEOs, etc. So that's really going to alter. I didn't even think about it. Did you see his current lawyer in Pennsylvania or whatever?
Thomas Dickey.
He looks very oily, which I think is good. Like,
good. Yes. I saw him. I was like, I know this guy. Yeah, this is good. And I mean, I don't literally know this guy, but I've seen this guy before.
Seen his type,
yeah. I'm like, this is the kind of guy you want. The kind of guy the news asks him something, they're like, I don't see any. I don't know what evidence I'm seeing that connects this guy.
Murder.
It's amazing. This is why I love defense lawyers, though, because it is the most fun job in the world. Like, they just want to be like, they have the gun and the suppressor and his note and his fingerprints and this, and you're just like, I don't really, I mean, I don't know.
Like,
it's illegal to own a gun? What?
Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you this: when has an Italian ever attempted to be quiet in public? Why would this man use a silencer?
Yeah, exactly. I think, so it's illegal to have guns now in America?
Yeah.
Oh, it's illegal to write yourself a note? I don't know. It's not his.
Exactly. He didn't write the note. Bro, fan art.
Yeah.
You should have just had himself with boobs and it would have been perfect.
I was thinking.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Continue. No, please.
Oh, maybe he was on the way to assassinate a different CEO, and it's just a big mix-up.
Yeah, but he didn't do it.
Yeah, he didn't do it. He was attempting to go get somebody else. I don't know.
Exactly. Obviously, we're going to talk later about jury bias and so on. But what's your take on the wider media reaction? You mentioned earlier that obviously they're giving it a spin that, oh my God, this is horrible because fucking class interests, blah blah blah, nerd shit. To me, it was my what I don't know. I guess I'm asking you what your kind of favorite moment of them not being able to decide how to actually spin this was, because I have three. Number one is Ben Shapiro being like, "This is horrible."
The Ben Shapiro one is so
good. It's so good. Second is the Daily whatever, some fucking British shit, posting a TikTok video with very sad music of somebody bringing a balloon that says "the CEO down."
Oh yeah.
a smiley face that was brought to the actual vigil or whatever of the dead parasite. I mean, the dead gentleman. And the third, come on, my brain is. Oh yeah, Elon Musk. Right after that happens, the man has not walked with his son for a single fucking day in front of cameras in the last 10 years. He's like, okay, human shield. Let me put my child on top of my head. Like,
he's been doing it, yes. Everywhere he has the kid on his head. It's so dark.
Fucked.
It's so dark. It's so
I got
crazy.
12 of them. Yeah, I got 12.
Yeah. No, really. He's just like, this is fun.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. I like the Amogus thing though. Did you see where they're like the assassin played a game where you are an assassin? Like this is Among Us. This is a children's game.
I love
he was inspired. He was radicalized. No, I saw this thing today, which I agreed with, where it was like, the Pentagon really shut down on the video games make people violent thing when they realized that COD is like their single best recruitment tool.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
good.
My general take is like, it doesn't surprise me. It's not surprising at all, like, that the media is like having a meltdown over it and is trying to spin it however they can. They're trying to make him look a million times worse than he is. And they're either calling him like, a crazy person or, that he went crazy, or that he had these beliefs that he didn't really even seem like. His beliefs seem like very normy, just like general guy you talk, like just a guy you talk to
Median
at a gym.
voter.
You know what I mean? Like these beliefs are not crazy. You know what I mean? Actually, to be honest, the rare thing about him is he seems to have like general empathy for other people.
Which
so
is
it's
an
like,
aberration.
Yes, which is like
for you Americans especially.
We're losing it very quickly. So it's like, this guy thought other people had lives, inner lives, and value.
He read a book. He read several.
I think.
I like him. I drink beers with him. Fuck it.
Yeah, for sure. I would drink beer with Luigi. We could talk about the weird pocket pussy shit that he said. That's cool. He talked about banning pocket pussies in Japan or something.
Doesn't matter how much theory you know. It matters how much praxis you do, baby.
Sure. I think my only, I had fun. I had fun this week. I've been posting. We've all been posting. Been having a blast. I think that my only concern, like generally, is I think that this is in some ways it's like a fantasy kind of like. I think it plays into a fantasy because the truth is, even though we like when people that we view as, and I think pretty accurately, objectively bad people who do really bad things that negatively impact other people's lives. I mean, the decisions that people like Brian Thompson have made have led to the deaths of tens of thousands of people and just the destruction of so many people's lives. And they constantly are doing this, right? Like when you talk about in any of these industries, like in these conglomerates that buy up, 80,000 single unit homes and like hold on to them because they want to make America just like a renting class. Like they don't want people to be able to own their own home or just like have a place where they can live even. All of these things have just horrible collateral consequences for real human beings. And it's interesting to me because the news can't cognize something as technically legal as evil. You know what I mean? Like if it's allowed, then it's okay. But if it's extrajudicial, but in the realm of like what I think people would consider like moral justice, you know what I mean? Like a real form of justice, then it's not okay because it's kind of outside the lines. And I really don't mean to advocate for anything particularly. I just think that it's a little bit of a fantasy because I think it's good to give people an image of, hey, we are powerful in so many ways. Like there are so many of us and we have a lot of power and we can work together to make the world better. But I do think that like it gives into the fantasy of like it's important to note this guy, Brian Thompson, was killed at 7:00 in the morning because he was walking to an investor meeting. They held the investor meeting that day. They did not fucking skip a beat. There is a new guy that's getting slated in. Like they do not care. Like the apparatus is this monster that needs to be destroyed by like a shitload of people who are doing work, like, who are doing lots of good work. And it's unfortunately not going to be like one based Italian guy who were like, yes, Luigi.
But you hit the nail over the head, or whatever the American expression is, with moments like these are very symbolic in the manner of people start fucking talking about particular things and start thinking about particular things that they've never done before. And this situation is so heavy in like de-ideologizing people or whatever when it comes comes to the very real fact that certain rules apply for thee, but not for me. And in this particular case, it is if you are a corporation, which behind the veil of the profit motive and different bureaucratic definitions of what killing is, end up directly or indirectly causing somebody physical bodily harm or even death, you are allowed to walk free. But if someone reacts to that mass murder on such a large scale with an equal amount, or in this case, because it's not replicable, you got to kill a whole corporation, which is stupid. When they react to that very, very mass killing, then we start talking about murder once again.
Sure.
So just bringing that into people's heads, I think will, which it already has done, will serve a very, 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 very good purpose in the long term.
I also think it's kind of like, the decisions we make in this life matter, and the choices we make are laden with meaning, even if we refuse to accept that they are.
Absolutely.
I went to a prestigious law school here in New York City where I got my law degree, and the majority of my classmates, like 85% plus of my classmates, go and they work for gigantic law firms,
Mm-hmm.
and I get it, and it's not all black and white, you know what I mean? It's not,
of course,
but it's a choice, you know what I mean? And you're also educated at one of the best law schools in the world, and you made a choice to go down that path. And I feel like every day you make these decisions and you get further and further away from maybe like ideals or thoughts or principles you had when you were like 20 or 25 years old. And it becomes easy to then be like, yeah, we got to deny 30% of the claims. You know what I mean? Or we need this for our profit margin. And I think that this is also a reminder for rich and powerful people.
It is.
That the choices they make have consequences. They can have consequences. People don't like them. People don't like getting their lives destroyed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's actually,
people are no longer taking it was just my job as an excuse.
Yes, it's not just you know what I mean? It's like when you meet somebody and they're like, well, I only do marketing for Raytheon. You know, it's like, why? Don't work for Raytheon, there's got to be some, I think one of my favorite things that ever happened when I was in law school was in this class. It was like a legal ethics class. And this person who's a very successful person and a very lovely person, okay? I'm not speaking ill of this person, but very lovely person. We were talking about legal ethics, and I'm pretty sure this person went on to go work for a very prestigious federal judge and now probably works at a law firm and makes a shitload of money. Their father was a former member of Congress, and their grandfather was literally John Marshall, General Marshall.
Yeah.
And they were like, we're all slaves to capitalism.
Oh God.
I remember them saying that one time in this class, and I was just like, please, God. We're gonna do a land acknowledgement.
Or not, just fucking live it up, bro. Or
we're gonna do a land acknowledgement before we
classic.
Before we destroy this town or something,
And that's so fucking common. That's so fucking common. In this case, again, great that you brought it up, is also going to wake up a lot of I think they exist. I genuinely think they exist. And as quote unquote leftists, I think it is a material fact that they exist. A lot of people generate a lot of capital, and they truly, deep down in their soul, they don't think they're doing harm, or they think if I wasn't doing it, somebody else would be doing it, etc. Et what I'm trying to say is that they're not actively making excuses because they can't look themselves in the mirror, so they have to invent something. No, they never feel bad when they look themselves in the mirror, because a lot of ethics and morality stems from the system you find yourself in, and how it defines what ethical or moral is in the first place. And moments like this can wake a lot of people up. But let's talk about the meat, baby. Let's talk about the meat. How do you think a case like this should be built up? What do you see the defense and the prosecutors starting off with?
This is fun. Again, the thing is, and this is annoying because I'm a lawyer and lawyers are annoying, but it's 100% true.
You're the only lawyer I know, and you're not annoying, so I think that all lawyers
Therefore.
It's always, the thing is, when you're a defense lawyer, when you're a public defender, when you're whatever, It's always what is in the best interest of your client, right? So, and it's also up to your client. It's not your case, right? So I might go to Luigi and I might be like, okay, I think still probably the best bet is, you got the wrong guy. You have to create a story, right? There's like a narrative around what your defense strategy is. And you got the wrong guy is a known strategy. People do it all the time, right? It's a different shooter. I got framed. This is like a big frame up because they look bad and whatever. And we're going to go through their evidence and we're going to show why it's really weak. They can't put me at the scene. They can't ID me, blah, blah, blah. We're going to go through it, piece by piece. I think that's most likely what his attorneys are going to do. I think they're going to do a we got the wrong guy defense, because the truth is, putting the system on trial and pretty much pushing a jury to say that Brian Thompson deserved to get what he got, and asking the jury to then acquit this guy based on that is a big fucking swing. It's a big fucking swing.
But Luigi's got a big dick, though.
He's got a big dick. I mean, if Luigi wants to, it's a fun fucking trial. Holy shit.
Oh, holy shit.
That is a cool trial.
Shit.
That's fucking amazing. But, it's a lot different when you're actually in cuffs and you're actually going, I'm facing 15 years to life. You know what I mean? And also, something I want to note is, just for listeners and so you guys, because I feel like you guys probably don't know this, it's fucking crazy. In New York, there is Murder 1 and Murder 2, right? Which is intent. Murder 1 and Murder 2. That's like intent.
They made a sequel.
Right? So Murder 2, 99% of the stuff that gets charged in New York for murder gets charged as Murder 2. Murder 2 is like, what you'd expect, intent or depraved indifference murder, or you can, whatever, blah, 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 all the murder shit. Murder 1 is reserved for cops and corrections officers and like people that work for the state who get killed. It is like reserved for them specifically.
Holy
shit. It is
shit.
a special category of murder. And I think also torture is part of Murder 1. But it's for like cops. So they have a
extra
so
one.
they're like, if you murder like a guy on the street, that's Murder 2, but you murder a cop, that's Murder 1. Just to show you their priorities of what they think, who they think is more important.
Wow.
So he's gonna get charged. I think he's been charged with Murder 1. I think he got charged on Monday. And basically now the question is, who is his local attorney going to be in New York? Hopefully me. But it probably won't be me. And because Dickey is a Pennsylvania attorney, so he'll go pro hoc vice, which means he gets somebody local counsel so he could be here. But I guess the question is, what are they going to suppress? That's the process now. The process now is kind of boring, right? Like, we don't go to trial. Like, this thing probably doesn't see trial until the end of 2025.
No! Oh
yeah,
my God.
There's no way it's going to go to trial now. It could even be 2026, honestly. It probably will be maybe early 2026 or late 2025.
Is that just a how it's done thing, or is that like a strategic thing, like waiting for stuff to blow over?
I mean, you don't want to rush to a trial. There's no point. Like, there's no value in it, because the longer you stretch something out, maybe the better possibility of a plea deal. There's also, of course, the possibility that Luigi takes a plea deal. I think because of the nature of this case, because of how public it is and how big it is, and there is actually a possibility of jury nullification, the DA's office might make an offer that's decent. The DA's office might come to him and say, we'll give you 10 to life or something, or we'll give you 15 with possibility of parole at like something. Like they might give him a better deal in order just to get the conviction and to get him in prison. And to be honest, like, again, it's one of those things where it's like, if the DA offers you 10 years on this, like, I think you take the 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah, I think.
But here we're talking 10 years, just, 1 decade in prison.
Yeah, but it's like.
Fuck yeah, I would take that.
He wouldn't even do. That's a great deal.
What does that mean? That's a good deal. Take that deal. That's a pretty good deal.
It's a pretty good deal.
That's a fucking sick deal. It's a sick deal.
Because he would be a hero. He could write a book about it. I mean,
what the fuck?
But that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. They're not gonna. They're gonna push. They're gonna push for. They're not gonna.
Dude, he gets 10 years. Every like, unironically, every guy's gonna be like, you can't just get 10 years for whacking one of these cunts. Let's fucking go.
So I think it's gonna go to trial. I think it's gonna go to trial.
there a chance for bail or some shit? Because a lot of people would gather money for him.
No. I mean, that's part of this. Like, they're going to make another bail application. They're going to say like home monitoring and stuff like that. He's never been in the criminal system before. But the thing is, because of the high profile nature of the case, because they're alleging that he was found with like $8,000 in cash and $2,000 in foreign cash and like his passport and shit, like that he's a real flight risk. And like they're not gonna,
that ain't passing.
They're not gonna bail him. But here's another crazy thing that you won't like. When I took criminal law in law school with this guy, Paul Schechtman, who was a great professor. He was the head of the Southern District of New York criminal unit, the prosecution unit, for about 25 years. I mean, I don't like that, obviously, but he was a great lawyer. And I learned criminal law from Paul. There was a case that happened. I don't remember the name of the case, but it was a federal case, and it was a Wall Street guy, and he paid. It's a pretty interesting decision from a federal judge. He paid about, I want to say something like several millions of dollars to get bail. Like, he basically told the judge, I will not leave my apartment. I will pay for a guard to be there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I will wear an ankle bracelet. And the judge let him do it, but the judge wrote in the decision that, like, this feels really fucked up. Because, like, the only reason this guy is being able to, like, live in his penthouse for the duration of this trial is because, like, he can pay for it. And the only difference between him and somebody who's, like, at Rikers, for example, is that he can afford to do this and, like, they can't. And bail, that is bail. 9 times out of 10, that is bail. Like, you know what I mean? Like, in this situation, it's obviously, like, they're actually scared that this guy's going to run away. But, like, 9 times out of 10, they always ask for bail. But the reason they're asking for bail is because, like, they're assholes, not because they actually think the guy's going to flee. And actually, most people don't, right? They come to court. So bail is like bail is just a totally classist thing. It's fucking crazy. So, yeah, I think he's going to be in custody. And basically, the next steps in this process are going to be kind of the suppressions of the evidence and stuff. Because, like, a grand jury is going to indict him in about 2 seconds. Like, there's no question. They always say a grand jury would indict a ham sandwich. Grand jury is going to indict him in 2 seconds. So it'll be evidentiary hearings. It's called a MAP hearing, which is for physical evidence suppression. This is great because this is kind of the interesting stuff. Because like he had so much shit on him. He had the gun on him.
Exactly. What's the strongest actual physical evidence these fuckers have?
Well, I think the worst evidence that they have right now is all the shit he had on him at McDonald's. It's really bad. Like, he had a bag. He had a bag that looked like the bag that was there. He had the gun. He had a gun. He had a suppressor. He had the manifesto, which says that I did this. He had bullets, and he had Faraday bags, which is not a huge deal to have Faraday bags, but like it creates a bad picture. You know what I mean?
What's a Faraday bag? Help me out.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
No.
Wow, what a bad... You have no OPSEC, bro. What the fuck? Faraday bag is what you can put your phone or electronic devices in to block transmission of, like, pings, like, from cell towers.
Dealers yes. We call it a dealer bag here. What the fuck?
Yeah,
in English. Okay.
But I will say that...
Faraday, that sounds so much like edgier.
My dear listeners, if you're thinking that you're going to get a Faraday bag and be protected, just don't bring your phone if you're going to commit a crime.
Brilliant.
Please, do not bring your fucking phone with you. Even if it's turned off, even if it's, don't fucking bring it with you. You should have a burner, honestly. And this is what I mean. Of course, what I'm talking about is just like going out to have fun with your friends and like help out in the neighborhood, not to do anything illegal, obviously.
Of course.
But yeah, so he had a Faraday bag and he had all this shit.
And he was claiming some of it wasn't his.
Yes,
right?
yeah, and which doesn't really matter. Like they're good, whatever. It doesn't. None of that shit is like super important. But basically, they're gonna have a hearing where they're gonna determine if they actually had cause to, look in his bag and shit. Like, why were they in his bag? Was it an exigent circumstance? They're probably gonna argue that it was an exigent circumstance. Is gonna be my guess. They might lie because cops lie all the time, and they'll be like, "Oh, we saw the gun. We saw the hilt of the gun, or something like that."
But unless he admits to it or some shit, we will actually never really know why the fuck he walked around McDonald's with a bag full of all that shit. Like, that's gonna irk me for the rest of my life, because like 99% chance we will never know, like, because he won't be able to say, because he has to deny that he even owns those items. So sorry, I mean, I'm a lawyer for 2 seconds and I already want to throw myself out of a window.
The trouble he's in is that he had fake IDs on him, so the cops came up to him and questioned. It's not illegal for a cop to come up to you and ask you questions, right? But this is why you also got to be careful when you talk to the police, like, you know, try not to talk to them, right? Am I being detained, blah blah blah. Maybe Luigi wasn't totally aware of that stuff, or he was just like panicked because he knew that he had a bunch of crazy shit on him.
So that's where the ID would have come in, because like obviously you don't need to show ID to get a McFlurry or something, but like if a cop comes up to you and says, hey, can I see your ID? That's where...
But I mean, he could have just been like, oh, I don't have any identification on me. And my name is, you know, I forget my name. Or, like, my name is Frank or something. Like, I go by Frank. You know, like, you don't want to give information to police, but obviously it's a scary situation when cops start questioning you, and people panic. But apparently, allegedly, and we'll see if there's police body cam footage of the interaction between them, which is also something. Allegedly, he told them, you know, he had a different name and he showed them a fake ID. That's where he starts to get in trouble. And the cops allege, my guess is that Luigi will say that this didn't happen. The cops allege that he'd said, "Oh, actually, my name is Luigi. I was lying." And then that would be probably where the cops say they had PC to search, probable cause to search his bag. Okay, but I think that there's a lot of what ifs. There's a lot of questions in terms of how they get into that bag, why they're going up to this guy in the first place, why they're talking to him. You know, he was looking suspicious doing what? Eating hash browns at McDonald's?
Yeah.
You know,
everyone looks suspicious at McDonald's.
Like, because nobody eats at McDonald's anymore.
Let's be honest, it's because he was Italian.
This is a classic case of Italian-American discrimination. They will do these hearings to determine, you know, if any of this stuff could come in. It's, it's been a little while. Article 710 of New York Criminal Procedure Law.
So the strongest evidence is the physical items that they obviously found in his bag, the way he reacted when he was giving the fake ID. Allegedly, of course, allegedly.
Yeah.
What's usually the rules? I apologize if this is too niche, but what is usually the rules when it comes to a masked person that was photographed, but while wearing a mask, and using that footage to say this is the guy?
This is the same guy. I mean, I think there's a fight over that, you know, in terms of admission of that evidence.
Is it like a guy that's like a face guy and he's like, yeah, that's the same face?
Face expert. I think that they will take, you know, they will do, I mean, they'll cross-reference photos of Luigi, both his unmasked face and masked face, where they know for a fact it's Luigi. And then they'll say, this is the person who, you know, we're alleging was Luigi. Like, we're saying this is Luigi, and defense strategy is basically just like, that's not Luigi, that's a different guy. And I think this also plays into the ID strategy for defense, which is, there's a lot of pictures that, I mean, even for me, but also for a lot of people online, people are like, this guy is not this guy. I mean, you know, I mean, some people are doing kind of the it feels like they're like, his eyebrows are, this is too far apart. You know, I mean, the fact is, like, they're just not very high quality images.
Sure.
Yeah. Like I think that it's, the images themselves are sort of questionable. Like, I definitely felt, and I think a jury would feel this way as well, the image of the person in the taxi, like, that image looks very different than the image of the first image they dropped of the shooter. Yeah. That they look like totally different people, like, genuinely. Those look like two totally different people. So I think it just goes to, you know, kind of weight of the evidence, sort of, which is a lot of the prosecution. That's kind of what their case is. They have a shitload of evidence that points towards this guy. And a lot of it has to do with all the shit in his bag. But in the coming days, really what we're going to find out is, where was Luigi between the time he was arrested in Pennsylvania and the time of this shooting? That's the next question, right? Because, like, that's not all clear, and we don't know that. The only thing that we have right now is everything that we're seeing in the media, everything that's being reported secondhand directly from the fucking cops, who obviously have a direct interest in having somebody be held accountable for this crime, even if it's not the person who actually did it.
Yeah.
And like, we don't have a lot of other information. You know what I mean? Like, we're not getting we have not gotten Luigi's side of the story. Not really. We haven't heard from his attorney that much because his attorney's not a fucking idiot. And and you're not supposed to really talk to the press. You're like, oh, we're going to have our day in court or whatever, or we're going to fight it out here. We'll see it inside their motion practice. You know what I mean? Like, we'll see what they're kind of saying in that place. But right now, we only have information that's being presented to us by the state. And I feel like something that I want to flag for everybody, and something that I've been talking about online, is like, guys, let's not be stenographers for the fucking cops. Like, the media already does that. The media already comes out. They use the passive voice when the cops murder somebody. They give every possible favorable, point of view to the police in any situation. Yeah. Let's not just automatically be like, yeah, that's the narrative. Okay, they got the guy. I think part of it is that socially, we all kind of we like Luigi. He's attractive. This is an interesting story that we have concocted of who this guy is, and we like it. And we're like, and also we fucking hate rich CEOs that benefit from the misery and suffering of other people. So all of it for us as like we're consuming this as content, but this is this guy's real life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, I think that's also part of this, and like people need to be kind of aware of that. The one other thing I'll say is, in terms of the swing, like, I do think it's going to be an ID defense. I think that's where we're headed. I think we're headed towards an ID defense. And I think that they might do something where they do talk about his history just as a person, to kind of flesh out who Luigi is, in terms of, because there's a lot of stuff about him that we've learned from his social media, and for a little bit, not that much, but like a little bit we've learned about him from social media and other stuff, and other people talking about him online that knew him, where it's like, he was the valedictorian of this school. He went to UPenn, seems like a successful guy, seemed to be into like hiking and mindfulness and all these kind of Marcus Aurelius type shit. And so, like, you can paint a story of like, this is who this guy is. Like, he's this guy who is this caring person,
thoughtful, upstanding kid.
Yeah, and like and therefore he wouldn't ever do something like that, whatever, right? And maybe even to go as far as, actually, yeah, this thing is his, but he kind of lost his mind a little bit. Like, he saw this guy got executed, and then he had like an episode. I mean, he has disappeared, right? Allegedly, he disappeared for months. I mean, there's like a million ways you could spin it, but I think what's important to note is that, like, if you do the yeah, my cat's here.
Beautiful.
Hey.
Hi.
Hold on.
What's the cat's name?
Mookie.
Mookie.
What's up, Mookie?
What's up?
What's up, Mookie?
Audio listeners, you're missing out.
Sorry, there's a cat here. Mookie is 19 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, he's very
What
old
the
cat.
fuck?
But he lives off of the blood of CEOs. So he's been eating.
He's the one that found the body. The body was found with no blood. Legendary. May you live 19 more years, Mookie. Jesus Christ. I've never seen a cat that old. That is
he's
awesome.
very old. He's awesome. Okay, so there is Kenneth Cockrell. Great name. Kenneth Cockrell was a famous defense lawyer who represented a lot of people. And in the 70s, he had this case. I believe the guy's name was James Johnson or something like that. Was this it sounds made up, but like some ridiculous name. You can look it up. Kenneth Cockrell case. He defended this black guy down in the South who who went to the factory where he worked and killed the foreman there because the foreman was like racist and doing all this fucked up shit, and he just killed him. And Cockrell put on this defense that was like, this guy fucking deserved to die.
Wow.
Okay, and they lost, but they won the case on appeal.
Wow.
So it's not impossible,
or not heard of. Yeah.
It's not impossible, but it is unlikely. And I think we're in a situation right now where, Daniel Penny, the guy who he killed Jordan Neely on the train, who was like a guy who was like a busker, a performer, and was kind of having like an episode on the train, which if you live in New York City, you see this like 3 times a week. okay?
Yeah.
And he really killed this guy. I mean, like, he put him in a headlock for like 6 minutes.
Yeah.
And he just walked free, because the jury basically was like, no. And the thing about jury nullification is that historically, jury nullification was used to allow white people in the United States to get away with lynching, So it doesn't have a history necessarily of being like fighting for the people. It has a history of like being really racist and like jury, you know what I mean, and maintaining white supremacy. But again, it can be used to do something like save a poor little Italian boy's life.
Yeah.
A sweet Italian boy.
Yeah, that's something I saw. We're about to find out once and for all if Italians are white. So
white.
Depending on how
no,
this
I think we know.
Yeah.
He's in custody, so we know.
Oof.
But yeah, I mean, and the thing about jury nullification, I don't know if people. I don't know how.
Give it to the audience.
Okay.
But as far as I know, if it's brought up, if the judge gets winds of it,
no,
GG.
no.
Yeah.
Jury nullification is like Fight Club, okay?
Yeah.
The first and second rule of jury nullification are you don't talk about jury nullification. you don't know it, you don't mention it, you don't even talk about it to the other jurors. Your position effectively is, I'm not convinced. Like, that's your position, you know what I mean? And basically, jury nullification is when the jury, disagrees with the weight of the evidence because they think that something immoral or bad is happening. So they're like, no, we're not going to convict this guy. We're not going to send this guy to prison. And it is part of the deal for being, because the fact finder makes the decision. It is one of the backstops, allegedly, against kind of, I don't know, bad action on behalf of the state or whatever.
Yeah.
Or in the abstract concept of justice. I don't know. But the judge, like I said earlier, the one main issue with it is the judge, when they read the instructions at the end of a trial, will specifically tell the jury directly to their face, if ABC, if on so-and-so date, the defendant, Luigi Mangione, intended to kill Brian Thompson and did so, you must find him guilty. You must find him guilty. That is the words that the judge will use. And the jury will hear that and be like, oh, I got to. I don't have a choice. But you do.
Yeah.
You do have a choice.
How does that work? How can the judge say it like that? I guess he's just not bound by the same...
No, those are literally the instructions. Like, so there are a set of instructions that are written for every crime that exists in every state in the United States. There are a set of jury instructions that the judge reads from that are like boilerplate instructions. Based on the charges. And though the specific language of murder, or any of, 9 out of 10 of these things is like, if this, then you must do this.
Okay.
And the way that, if you as a defense attorney, you can't be like, hey guys, you don't have to do that.
Yeah.
But the closest defense lawyers can come that there's kind of like a nod and a wink at jury nullification is they say, it's not up to me.
Yeah.
It's not up to the prosecution. It's not up to the judge. It's up to you. You make the decision. It is your decision. Like, that is not like advocating for jury nullification, but it's as close as like defense attorneys come to being like, you can do whatever you want in there. Like, you can come out and say not guilty. The judge can't do anything. It's binding. It's just, not a lot of people know that,
And have there been campaigns of trying to get people more aware of that?
I'm doing it right now, baby. I'm going to have a billboard outside the courthouse that says fucking jury nullification on it.
Nice.
I'll be there the first day of the trial.
So, how would you do it if it was up to you? Yes,
kill
you
the
said
CEO?
you would tell him, don't kill the CEO. How would you kill a CEO?
Yeah.
No, you gave us a few hints. You would advise him probably to, say not guilty, etc., etc. But give us kind of the spiel. How would you start out your fight against
Luigi?
prosecution? What direction do you think it would go in, and how would you address
Vaffanculo,
those,
Luigi.
etc., etc. This will be click. clipped, including the Fangulo Luigi and sent to Luigi as your CV for potentially representing him.
I think, the conversation would be like, great job. No.
First of all, big fan.
Huge fan of your work.
Don't tell me if you didn't do it because I represent you because I think you did it.
I think I would say
that probably happens sometimes. Sorry for interrupting.
I mean, everybody's different with this stuff. You know what I mean? The truth is, it's the lawyer's job to zealously represent their clients no matter what. For a defense lawyer, and you can't elicit perjured testimony that is perjured, right? So like I can't, and I never in my life have done that, never would. Like I take myself in the courtroom, unfortunately, extremely seriously. I'm a very different person in the courtroom than I am on the internet. But you can't elicit perjured testimony. So if you know something is not true, you can't put, like, his lawyer might know, oh yeah, he did this thing. He can't put Luigi on the stand and then elicit perjured testimony. That is bad. So, and also generally you don't want to put your guy on the stand because it opens them up to cross-examination, which you never know what's going to happen in cross-examination. So he's not going to testify in this case. That's not happening. And that's always my recommendation to anyone that I've ever represented. You don't want to, I know you want to tell your story, but let me tell your story and let's talk about it. So I probably would say, like, look, man, what do you want to do?
Love ya. Sorry.
No, like honestly, what do you want to do? Like, is it most important to you that we try our best to get out of this situation and give it our best shot to get out of this situation? Or do you want to maybe not necessarily get out of the situation, but make the point that maybe you were trying to make? Like, I think that's sort of it. You know what I mean? And it's really up to the client, right? Like, it's their life, So I think at the end of the day, it's going to be an identification defense. Like, I think that is going to be the defense of this case. And maybe a talented defense lawyer could kind of sprinkle in some of that stuff to remind the jury why exactly people are so angry at a man like Brian Thompson, because that certainly couldn't help. I mean, that couldn't hurt to do that. But in general, I think it's most likely going to be an identification thing, and it's really dependent on the evidence. I think if you don't go that way and you really do make it about we're putting this guy on trial, then you're going to want to, we're talking about the character of Brian Thompson, and we're talking about the health insurance industry, and we're talking about the long history of people's lives being destroyed by health insurance. But I also think
televised. Oh my god.
But I think the thing is, and it's so funny because I'm really just thinking about this like right now. But like the thing is, you could bring stuff in while still giving the identification defense, because you can say, well, don't other people have a motive to get this guy? I mean, like, how many people is United Healthcare denying claims for? We're talking about a metric fuck ton of people whose lives have been destroyed. Like, you can still kind of put that trial on, I think, while maintaining an ID defense, being like, it's not. Well, could anyone else have done this? Do we really think it's not possible? I mean, give me a fucking break. This guy is a hyper wealthy CEO of one of the most hated a company in one of the most hated industries in the United States, a country where every other person has a fucking gun. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking? It's shocking that this didn't happen sooner. How did this not happen already? So I think that's kind of the defense. I think that's the defense. And Luigi, let's do it, baby. Let's do it. Let's do it, baby.
Someone in the audience has a line.
Luigi,
come on, let's make it happen.
I love it.
Direct call in next time. What's he looking at, time wise?
I think 15 to life, probably more. It's probably going to be like 20 to life because of other stuff.
You are sentenced because outside of the U.S. they
so a variable. So a variable sentence on like a murder, on like a charge like this, means that he's going to do the minimum. He's going to do 15 years. Like if he gets convicted, like he'll do the minimum.
That's oh my dude. Okay, now oh Lord, Chad is going to think I'm a fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. Okay, I thought 10 to life meant like the average lifespan.
I know. That'd be worse.
Years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it means he becomes parole eligible later on.
God.
And that is just based on being a decent guy, showing that he's changed. It's
yes, remorse, not causing any problems when he's incarcerated, a generalized and lacking specificity description of his potential danger to public safety. Think of like Hinckley.
Yeah.
Because like Hinckley's out now, right? It probably, like, they wouldn't let him go up for parole for probably a while. Like, my guess would be that if he gets convicted of this thing, he's going to be away for like at least 20 years would probably be my guess.
Yeah. Where do you think they'll keep him as the trial continues? And do you think there's
he's coming to New York.
Obviously you're a lawyer, not a professional assassin or whatever, but they'll still ask you because you've seen so many of these cases, especially when they're so high priority. Where are they gonna keep him? And do they usually do something extra for a high priority case like this to
maybe
make sure he doesn't get whacked?
Yeah, maybe.
Even though a lot of people commit suicide on suicide watch is what I'm saying.
They might have put him in special custody. He could be, and he might be in his own cell. I mean, like that's definitely possible. I think he would. I mean, this is a New York State case, so like I think that he would be at Rikers. This isn't a federal case.
Holy shit. Mm-hmm.
So he's going to be in one of the worst jails in the United States. And it's a horrible place. I mean, it is a horrible place. Right now, it's currently in federal. I believe it entered federal receivership. I think they postponed it. But Rikers is horrible. I mean, like in the last 5 years, I think more than 100 people have died in custody in Rikers. If you go back and you like count all of them, it's close to that. And also, we don't have the full count because there's two reasons we don't have the real count of how many people died at Rikers. One is because last year Eric Adams basically stopped reporting on how many deaths were happening at Rikers. And two, if something happens, if somebody gets a medical emergency and they leave Rikers and then die at the hospital or en route to the hospital, that doesn't count for their death at Rikers. So there have been a lot of, and then specifically since COVID, the last few years, there have been a real uptick in deaths in custody at Rikers. It's a horrible fucking place.
Looks fucking terrifying.
It's a nightmare. And very importantly, and maybe the most important fact about Rikers, 85% of the people at Rikers are being held pre-trial detention. So they are not convicted of a crime. They have not been convicted of a crime. They are there pre-trial.
That's stuck in my brain ever since you came on last time. Thank you for the info. And funny enough, I went to New York, I think once or twice after our session, and I always joke about it while I'm there, but I take it very serious. I'm like, I am not doing a single fucking illegal thing. Single one.
No
just even if there's a 0.1% chance I end up in that fucking place. No, fuck that. Where I'm from, prisons are fucking insane. But if I was potentially going to fucking Rikers, extradite me now, please, okay? Let's finish off with a very internet tier list type of thing. Lolo, from 1 to 10, how high do you think his chances of getting prosecuted are? I mean, it's an easy question.
You mean convicted?
Convicted, sorry. Fuck, yeah.
10 being convicted, most likely to be convicted, and 1 he's getting off. I think
the chances from 100% to 0%. And this
I would
is
say
purely for the game.
If he brings me onto his dream team, 100%.
I served it to you.
100% chance that we are acquitted. No conviction. All right, Luigi. 100% chance guaranteed. You just got to bring me. You got to put me on the team, Luigi. I promise. That's what you want, though. You need somebody delusional on your team, Luigi. This is a tough fucking case, man. This is no joke. You need some crazy shit to happen.
Let's motherfucking go. Every Luigi needs a Mario, and Lolo could be your Mario.
Yes.
But thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lolo, for coming on. This was very fun. At least to us. Hope it was to you as well. This will be printed in a physical physical VHS copy. It will be the transcript will also be printed out in paper form. And
they're gonna read it at my hearing.
And I have two guys, and I have two guys in Rikers. They're gonna sneak it in through a tiny little
sick.
MP3 player, so that our boy Luigi listens to this. Okay,
cool.
I'm utilizing the Balkan Mafia in order to get it into Rikers. I'm fucking around. Thank you again for coming on. Please tell our audience where they can find your work or anything else that you would like to plug.
The main thing I'm plugging is just my Substack. I do once a week writing. It's free. It's totally free, but you can also support me. It's $5 a month or $50 for the year if you want to give me a Christmas gift. And also free TK. I don't know if you guys know who TK is, but my boy is in prison for felony murder, which is a crime that, so basically someone else killed someone when he was at the crime.
Jesus.
Actually, it was I think the cops. It was the cops shot the cops shot somebody else that was there. So felony murder is fucking crazy.
That's stupid.
Free TK.
Yeah.
That's my
Agreed.
last word.
Well said. Thank you very much, Lolo, for coming on. I'm sure this will happen again, hopefully next year, but the way our communication goes, probably.
I know. I'll see you guys in 2026.
After the next CEO.
When
the next CEO.
We can make it hopefully. Oh no.
I have no opinion on this.
Yeah, I can't. Even I can't legally, I think, say this. At least when it comes to TOS. So. Thank you very much to Lolo, and thank you very much to our dear listeners, especially those over on Patreon. If you would like to support our very unbiased reporting on assassinations, very true crime style, and our attempt to bring on some of the world's greatest professionals, such as Lolo, to cover these particular cases, then do consider supporting us on Patreon for $5 a month, or for more, you get plenty of exclusives, up to 2 exclusive episodes a month, literally every single episode 1 week early, access to the Discord account, hangout sessions with us, and all that good stuff. So go down there, first, I don't know, donate to Luigi, and then become a subscriber to us. Obviously all of this after you've checked out Lolo's stuff. And with that being said,
this has been the Deprogram. I'm JT.
I'm Ugopnik.
I'm Lolo. Free Luigi.
Hey, he's walking over here. Ho, 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 this is Slurp Bofa coming to you live from the Deprogram Sweatshop deep in the bowels of the earth. With consumption season in full swing, your favorite podcasters are here to help. We've assassinated the CEO of North Pole LLC, Santa Claus, and are now capitalistically producing anti-capitalist products made by the nimble hands of fully unionized children. Elves. This season's drop reeks of versatility, suitable for all sorts of critical life events, from corporate Christmas parties to weddings, paramilitary clandestine operations, or even dinner dates, if any of you are capable of finding love. Our flying reindeer are currently on loan as an organic vegan alternative to military drones, bringing down the average CO2 emissions of a payload delivery to almost zero. The many brave private military companies flying over Syria right now couldn't be happier with the service. So this year, we hope a classic human delivery man will suffice. If you're lucky, it might even be Hakeem, with an extra package for you. Follow the link below, get dripped out, consume ironically, support the show, and make family gatherings extremely awkward. Patrons, as always, get a discount, because class society or something. Happy holidays from all of us here at the Deprogram. Ho, 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 this is Slurp Bofa coming to you live from the Deprogram Sweatshop deep in the bowels of the earth. With consumption season in full swing, your favorite podcasters are here to help. We've assassinated the CEO of North Pole LLC, Santa Claus, and are now capitalistically producing anti-capitalist products made by the nimble hands of fully unionized children. Elves. This season's drop reeks of versatility, suitable for all sorts of critical life events, from corporate Christmas parties to weddings, paramilitary clandestine operations, or even dinner dates, if any of you are capable of finding love. Our flying reindeer are currently on loan as an organic vegan alternative to military drones, bringing down the average CO2 emissions of a payload delivery to almost zero. The many brave private military companies flying over Syria right now couldn't be happier with the service, so this year, we hope a classic human delivery man will suffice. If you're lucky, it might even be Hakeem, with an extra package for you. Follow the link below, get dripped out, consume ironically, support the show, and make family gatherings extremely awkward. Patrons, as always, get a discount, because class society or something. Happy holidays from all of us here at the Deprogram. Well, howdy, y'all. Welcome back to the Deprogram. We've got another special episode for you today. This is an exclusive for all our sweet piggies, not for those commoners out there. No. We keep the premium slop for you.
Big money.
You may remember...
VIP. Massive cock.
I'm just going to let him finish. There's no point in trying to talk over it.
You gotta talk over it. You gotta talk over me serenading their ego of being big money motherfuckers. Okay?
I'm gonna pan you. Got
listening
to the right,
this,
me to the
you're
left.
so fucking rich. Listening to this, you are manifesting so much. You're manifesting so hard. You've manifested so many beautiful things in your life. And you're so nice that you have provided a little bit of money for the three of us, which is very good. That is all the giving back you need to do in life, okay? Don't do anything else. Just continue grinding and giving us Patreon money. That is
exactly.
I love a Balkan club manager. You go think.
Seriously though.
Welcome. Pay entrance fee and I
thank you, dear patrons. Thank you, dear patrons, for your patronage. We truly couldn't do this without you. And because of you, because we respect you and love you, and God damn it, do we hate you because you made us do this. You might remember that a while back we listened to the CIA's podcast hosted by one Walter and D.
How do you remember their fucking names?
They live rent free in my head. Walter and D, the spokespeople.
Walter and D.
Get the fuck out, Walter! Get the fuck out!
Imagine Mitch Whiting, Walter and D are sent after us. Please,
an elite hit squad.
The gang of the programs, Walter.
The program. Walter D and Mitch Whiting are the program.
Walter and D are waiting in their debriefing room, and Mitch opens the door, and they're like, "Is that Mitch Whiting?"
Oh God, the lure.
I love this.
Anyway, dear listeners,
program this dick in your ass.
we saw that the CIA. Oh no, we saw the CIA has not just a podcast anymore. They have a masterclass, and as we all know, masterclass is a
masterclass, much higher level.
This is for fancy people. This is for real people, like MKBHD, George W. Bush, Madeleine Albright. Ever heard of them? Now the CIA.
They're compiling all the war criminals. Let's see who Netanyahu's gonna be next. How to carry out a genocide?
Honestly.
Nightmare blunt rotation, bro.
Yeah, fucking hell.
But yeah, so we decided to listen to the CIA's masterclass for you. We paid actual real life money to get access to masterclass because you can't do this a la carte.
Jesus Christ.
But we got it on a Black Friday deal, so we rigged the system. But
Friday truly was black.
It was the bleakest of days where
What is Black Friday? If you say you're black, they give it to you on discount.
No, it's where the cops, all the cops of the precinct, go out and they just arrest as many black people as they can.
So fucking stupid. All right, deal.
It's like The Purge, but only for black people. Oh wait, that's every day for black people in America.
Oh my god.
Oh, hang in there, comrades. Hang in there. Yeah. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. You know by now this is a very professional podcast. We've made some notes that we want to touch on. I'm gonna cut in the actual.
So we have like 10,000 words worth of notes. It's kind of insane.
So I'm gonna slot in
this much notes
in the edit.
It's on a fucking overpriced YouTube video. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Please.
You're good, homie. You're good. So I'm gonna slot in the edit the actual clips of the CIA Masterclass. I'm going to let them introduce themselves here in a sec, so you know who you're dealing with.
Hi, my name is Ugopnik. It's very... Oh shit, we're on podcast.
If they don't know who we are by this point, and they're paying for our Patreon, I don't know what's going on.
No, it was my instinct because you were like the CIA agents and...
of course, yes, naturally. That's gonna be heartbreaking when you guys reveal that you're just my handlers and I've just been talking to you the whole time.
Just compiling that. Every episode's another 100 pages on the FBI file.
You keep it's the long con to get me to say something you can put me in jail for.
No.
Okay.
Have you the long con? Excuse you. I can't go 20 minutes.
All right. So here you go. I'm gonna let the ghouls introduce themselves.
The three of us had a front row seat to history being made. I was at CIA for over 30 years, and I think about the life lessons from those experiences every day.
As a former undercover CIA officer, I've learned a lot about human nature, and it's served me well in the private sector.
I don't think there's anything that catalyzes relationship like the potential that if you don't have each other's backs, people will die. It doesn't get more real than that.
This class is for anyone because much of what you learn at CIA is applicable to everyday life, to your career, to a business you might work in or run. You need to know this.
In this class, you'll learn how skills acquired in the CIA can help you build better relationships,
How to communicate better and navigate risk.
And how to use critical thinking to make better decisions to more effectively get what you want. I'm Michael Morell, former Deputy Director of CIA.
I'm Don Myricks, former Deputy Director of CIA for Science and Technology.
I'm Brian Carbaugh, former Director of CIA's Special Activities Center.
And this is Masterclass.
My favorite part is like, I learned a lot about human nature, especially how when they don't breathe for 2 minutes, they die. That if you put a gun on a toddler's head, the dad does whatever you want him to do. Human nature.
I think that was the most disappointing thing right off the bat. They're just like, this is a masterclass about the CIA and how you can do better at work. It's like,
we are so cocked. Masterclass, the whole operation doesn't even have enough balls to be like, we will make you into a manipulative piece of shit, and you're gonna fucking like do fucked up things, brother. Let's go. No, it's like better at office.
They're from HR. We'll listen to you more. Fuck it.
But all that stupid stuff aside, the dramatic intro. Oh my god, it was perfect. So like a minute in, Bush's CIA dude, Michael, I think his first name is, I forget already. He recounts an obviously fake story, right? So he's on Air Force One.
Air Force One, flight level 330. Air Force One, Washington Center, good evening. Aircraft crashed into the Pentagon, sir. Do we want to think about scrambling aircraft? Oh, God, I don't know. It's a new type of war. That's what it is.
I was President Bush's intelligence briefer in 2001, so I was with him on 9/11. As we were returning to Washington that evening, remember we were flying around the country, Secret Service didn't know where to take him. I looked across the aircraft and I saw the president's military aide. He was looking out the window on the left side of the aircraft, and he waved me to come over. So I did, and he said, look out. And I looked out the window, and there was an F-16.
Air Force One, upon approach, escorts are going to peel off and stay airborne. Air Force One, copy, thanks.
The F-16 was so close, you could see the pilot, and in the distance, you could see the still smoldering Pentagon. You see the smoke still coming from the Pentagon. And then he said to me something that literally still sends shivers up my spine. In fact, it just happened right now. He said, do you know why they're there? And I said, no. And he said, they're there in case someone fires a surface-to-air missile at us on final approach. Their job would be to put themselves between that missile and the President of the United States.
Wow.
First of all, who just has surface-to-air missiles in the U.S.? Like just hang out in their living room.
Second Amendment, baby, or whatever.
Like, what do you mean you?
But
Black
also,
Friday, bro. I got like 3, dude.
And some mines. I got some bouncing Bettys from World War II. No.
Exactly right.
But also, like, surely the F-16 would either shoot down the missile or deploy countermeasures, right? There's no why he wouldn't like block it. How is he going to put this thing? I'm taking manual control to like fly it into a moving missile.
It's such a stupid. And two things that irritate me about this. Number one, like the guy would have to maneuver. Firing the missile would actually like. Anyways, it's just stupidity. It's self-evident. But even what's more irritating is like there's like 6,000 official and like unofficial landing spots all over, literally all over. Right, the entire intro is so needlessly dramatic. They have these like long panning shots over them. There's a shot where they're like fiddling with the pen in their hands, hunched over, like it's a chess world finale or something. Right,
it's the SpongeBob Hall Monitor episode. Or dun,
really?
Dun, 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 dun. He's just looking.
I mean, there's I think 3 shots of them just walking up and down hallways, just random fucking hallways, corridors. They have these stupid, like the top buttons unbutton other suits, like we're hard boiled, but we know how to let loose. It's fucking.
Oh my god!
The corridors of power, we walk through them, we fly through them, we
goon.
When I saw the F-16s, I was gonna goon, brother. I matter in life, for there is a pilot that would give his life for mine. I love a part at 159 when they're like serious and they say,
I don't think there's anything that catalyzes relationship like the potential that if you don't have each other's backs, people will die.
I was listening to that, I was like, dude, you work for the CIA, no matter what you do, people motherfucking die, motherfucker.
I was thinking that too.
I was gonna say when he said that shit, the actual quote was like, nothing catalyzes relationships like if you don't have each other's backs, people will die. It doesn't get any more real than that. And I'm like, brother. Okay, do you know what other fields that have this exact same thought path? One of them that's based on, one of them not so much, depending on the context. Emergency medicine is one where you have to have each other's backs or somebody dies. But also terrorism. Terrorist organizations also think like this. This is a platitude. This is a useless and performative, like needlessly dramatic vibe that doesn't suit any office work. You're pushing paperwork, all right? What the fuck could you be doing? That's the, what's it called? The first point. And the second point is, I don't know if you guys noticed, but on the side bar of the video, there's like a My Notes segment. And then you can put like timestamps and write notes as if it's a fucking lecture.
Sophisticated, yes.
Oh my god.
So stupid. That whole platform, man, is cursed.
And there's probably some decent master classes by some like professionals of this or that field, etc., but the fact that they have so little self-control when it comes to what type of goals they will platform is kind of strange, honestly.
I think anything politics, diplomacy, political science, like anything in this sphere is civic, anything is garbage. From what I've noticed, we've seen several of them at this rate, and not one of them has been good. Maybe one of the people were like doing music mixing or whatever the fuck is good, but at this rate,
tangible. Yeah.
My God.
Is this our third? Is this our third masterclass?
I think
we
third
did Bush
or fourth or something. Yeah.
Bush. Did we do Hillary Clinton?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
did we do Obama as well? No, we had the documentary that he made.
That
made
was
us want to kill ourselves. That was really bad.
Obama was horrible. But no,
which is also like a bonus, by the way.
Yeah. It was. Yeah, this is a classic representation of like probably the intention originally was decent, but then they got some extra private money in there that wanted to go above and beyond just creating educational content, and then they do the usual, now we got to segment the fucking market. Sure, we targeted artists, which I believe was in the beginning, like very much so stuff like music, drawing, painting,
writing,
literature, writing, etc. But then they're like, we gotta grow this thing, and the only thing that this model, business hour, which you got, like this model allows is pretty much you branching out and trying to find newer audiences, and they branched out by quite literally creating new content, and some of this content, I guess the market demographic was called absolute pieces of fucking shit. And that demographic is covered by these quasi-political analysts, commentators, or people who have the real lived experience of burning down Colombian villages. Like, okay, this is going to help me with HR tomorrow.
I would pay so much money.
If it was real, you actually people go into their job tomorrow, sit down across their boss, and they're like, your son is in a basement in a tub. There is a timer clicking. If it reaches 0 in the next 5 minutes, we will proceed to electrocute his balls until he fries to death. I want a 3% salary increase and a better parking spot right the fuck now.
My God, I love it.
And plastic water cups for the cooler. Yeah. The paper ones get too soggy.
Oh my God, JT, you're saying?
I was saying I would pay so much money to have been a fly on the wall and listening to them just absolutely shit talk. Like, why are we here? What? Like, why did they drag us in to do this? This is so stupid. Like, you know, these people have no respect for the masterclass stuff they're doing. That's
Look, I was gonna one little bit that is I kind of find it funny that they said it outright. I don't know, maybe you boys missed it. They say at the end of this little segment at the beginning, well, by the way, we're just 2 minutes in the beginning of the segment, they say literally, oh, you'll learn critical thinking from the CIA. The implication being that the target audience, the American public, lacks critical thinking, which I mean, maybe, sure, but like, you don't have to be so blatant with admitting it. At the 2-minute 43-second mark, they made or forced them to coordinate, saying that this is masterclass together. I cannot, like, my spine compressed by the sheer force of the cringe that I felt with 3 grown adults doing the equivalent of the Walmart wage cut milestone celebration where they're like, oh, we hit 10,000 sales, woo, and they all do a dance. They force them to fucking do a dance. Habibi, I don't know.
Power Rangers like, oh, racism.
Yeah, exactly right. It's a little side tangent on wage cuck activities. I say this in the most endearing way possible because people are forced to do this, including, by the way, in medicine. Sometimes they try to get us to do coordinated shit. Every single time they've tried, I walk the fuck out. Yes. I would sooner lose my job than do the fucking cuck
team building
that they fucking want me to do. Fuck. Oh my God.
Scalpels in, everybody.
Don't get me started.
God, I will kill myself.
2, 3.
Jesus. By the way, after this little bit, right, they have this cartoony bullshit intro where they depict
the 007 thing.
Yeah, they depict the 3 very white people. That fact was not lost on me. It's 3 white people. One of them is a token woman. They do this 1950s ass Batman stunt things. Like he kicks some like figure that's scratched out, and it goes like all cap big letters like pow. Scratch that because most likely this person was a person of color. There's like a suitcase that opens up, and then there's a keypad, and they start tapping on it like they're solving nuclear codes or something. They shake hands with the president, and all the rest of the intro is the worst Metal Gear editing you could ever imagine. Do you know in Metal Gear 2 where you have the letters dissolving downwards, right? The very nice, cool edit had the very intro of Metal Gear 2. That, but in the, like, oh, we have a Fiverr guy and he has only like 2 days to work on this and he has other projects, so let's just get it out. That equivalent, essentially.
And they do that throughout the thing, though, because they've got those little animated interludes, but they also, like, their stock footage choices are so cringe. I'm like, I've used all of these. I know those come from story blocks. You just put a filter on it.
There's one where it's a woman sitting in an HR office in a very nice glass office where you see the city behind her, and some guy walks in and is like, oh, hey, and he puts some papers down on the thing, and they put this fucking blue filter on the footage for some reason to make it look like clandestine. I'm like, she's wearing a pencil skirt. The guy is in a button down. What the fuck are you doing?
Or the classic room filled with displays everywhere. We have 100 displays. The more displays you have, the more professional and intelligence agency you are.
At the 3-minute mark or so, they say something which is objective. They lie frequently throughout this, by the way, but this is the first objective lie that they make.
The reason CIA was created was because the United States government had all the information it needed to know that the Japanese were going to attack Pearl Harbor, but nobody was there to put it all together. So President Truman wanted an organization to do just that. An agency dedicated to analyzing intelligence.
This is actually bullshit. There is some evidence to indicate that the United States did know that Pearl Harbor was gonna happen and let it happen because it was like a justification for joining the war, which was at that point unpopular with the American public. But not to get into all that stuff, there was an agency an intelligence agency that existed since the early 40s that did compile all this information, and that is the OSS. So they're full of shit. Truman was not like, oh, I need an agency now, we don't have anything. The OSS existed, and before that there were other agencies that existed. I don't know why they said this. This is a lie that they did not need to say.
They wanted to leave out that the OSS was a Nazi headhunting unit, not headhunting as in like scalping them, like like the Tarantino movie, Inglourious Bastards, but headhunting as like, hey, these guys are really good at rockets. Let's hire them and bring them to NASA.
Exactly
that was their original job.
I love it.
Yeah, yeah. And afterwards, at like the 4-minute mark, he says like intelligence analysis is not like connecting dots. It's different. It's like connecting a puzzle, which is the same fucking thing, dude. Like what? I was genuinely, I rewinded. I was like, am I fucking missing something? Then he goes on to explain what they do, and it's, I mean, him specifically, like respectfully, but processing information and making sure you combine a report that is relatively relevant and truthful, which is, well, the job of every analyst of any industry ever.
Yeah.
Like, this is what business analysts do. This is what data analysts do of all stripes and types. They just, don't do it to enemy states, individuals, or political movements.
No.
Oh, and they don't try to make it sound badass because it's not. It's fascinating-ish, but come on, it's pure nerd shit, bro.
Exactly right.
And this like coming from someone with a background in like documentary interviewing, this was absolutely fed to them. Like we need a pithy, an easy explanation for what you do and make it sound cool. And he's like, what do you mean? What the hell are you talking about? And like, say it's like a puzzle. It's like, okay. And then he bullshitted for 3 minutes.
No. They told him, say it's like connecting dots. And he was like, no. It's not like connecting dots. It's much more complicated. It's like,
connecting a puzzle.
Exactly
Stupid.
Right. Which, by the way, not to be that guy, but the people when I was in the psych ward, and the people were very, very, very on very heavy meds and very affected by the psychiatric disease, and I put many variables there to emphasize without explaining in too much detail.
Yeah.
Those people, to keep them from hurting themselves or just being asleep all the time, so they have at least some waking hours of activity, they would be given
the CIA.
they would be given 1,000-piece puzzles to put together so that they have some mental stimulation until the medications fully take effect, and then we can reduce them so they're not as sedated the entire time. This guy basically is explaining how psychiatric ward patients are treated, and he's like, "Oh no, but this is a high 5D chess we're doing here, boys." Oh my god.
Yeah, so that guy, I forget his name, the young guy, the younger guy, not Michael, the other one, but he's the one that at around 6 minutes in, he explains the type of person we're dealing with here, because in the podcast, it was, spokespeople. Homie here says,
when I joined the Central Intelligence Agency, I joined what was then known as Ground Branch. These are the people who carry out unique special operations around the world as part of presidentially directed covert action. All of the officers who join Ground Branch as operators will join the CIA as paramilitary operations officers, which means they bring with them then unique skills that they have acquired throughout service in special operations units in the active duty U.S. military. For me, that was the Marine Corps.
So unique operations, covert action. We got one of the people you typically think of
directed.
These
personal guard, bro.
These are like the assassins. These are the people who go and do the really evil shit. So ex-military, trained to sabotage, murder, bug, destabilize, etc. So on the one hand, very, very gross. But on the other, at least it's not Walter and D, the bean counters.
Oh my god, we had a shitting on Walter and D counter just to fucking...
In the strangest way, when I saw him, I was like, okay, this might be relatively interesting.
Yeah.
Because the other two are like, hey, we got you like... two of the office guys from the CIA headquarters.
Here's a watch that translates things from the lady, and then here's reams of data that I compiled for you from the other guy.
My god. Yeah, and then you have the assassin guy who you think would at least be cool, but no, he's just a generic white dude.
Yeah.
Very boring to listen to, but the difference is that this guy's an actual, like a literal terrorist.
Yeah.
He carries out clandestine paramilitary operations in other countries, resulting in death, destruction of infrastructure, kidnapping, torture, all the rest of it. So this guy's a little...
and now you would think that's bad. Now, somehow, he became worse. He works for corporations. Yes, he moved to the private sector. He commits terrorism on his own mind every morning.
Don't you dare touch the corporate. I have an entire segment I've written about this guy and his fucking businesses. You wait. No. We'll hold it off for a bit when it's relevant. But this guy, he himself goes on a whole tangent on how cool and great the CIA is at training its people to acquire sensitive data from its marks or whatever the stupid fucking words that they use. Talking about it's a science, it's such a big deal. And then in the end, you know how he summarizes? He's like, if someone has information that can help you, cultivate a relationship with that person.
You're my friend, right? As he puts on
waterboard them.
Exactly.
Blow up their wife's car.
Exactly. Oh my god! Like my favorite part about it was like if he talks about you need to cultivate a relationship to get information.
Yeah.
And first of all, no fucking shit. And second of all, he's very manipulative about it because he doesn't say you have to really care about these people. And then the other guy, the boring Michael dude, he's like, no, but you have to actually care. You have to develop a relationship. This guy's like, no, like pretend you care so that you can get information.
I like to think we have a good friendship going, right? As he's cranking the needle on the battery, like. Bzzz.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. Now, could you please tell me what the lock combinations are where you keep
the numbers, Mason? Hello, dear listener. Editor JT here. This has been a little sneak peek of one of our monthly exclusive Patreon episodes. If you want to hear the rest, support the show, get episodes a week early, and lots of other benefits like access to our Discord, check out our Patreon at patreon.com/thedeprogram.
What is with that fit, Hugo? You look fantastic.
The drip is real.
Fantastic. I look like the fucking Romanian flag. For those in audio, I literally am wearing a.
I immediately hit my wallet.
Motherfucker!
Starting with the race science early.
Absolutely. No,
First minute.
Romanians are absolutely honorary Slavs. There is absolutely no conversation about that. But there are some certain oddities that we kind of, look at them from the side. Like the capital of Romania, my girlfriend visited recently, and she gave a very astute depiction of what it's like, because I haven't been. She said it's like every Slavic Balkan city, but just 3 times bigger. Like literally every building is thicker and bigger. Probably reproductive organs of Romanians are as well, but you never know. I always wondered if there's ultra-nationalist Romanians that think that they are the actual leftovers of the Roman Empire. That would be very interesting conversation to have.
You'd think even with these stupid ideas, if this shit happened over 2,000 years ago, you've been mixing in I know a couple of Romanians, and I think every single one of them has at least some Russian admixture at some point, right? Or Slavic at the very least. So what are you getting? And also, are you gonna really go down the route of these fucking Slavic orcs who look exactly like me versus I'm Aryan super race?
I don't think the Romanians have any of that weird semi-racism shit. And it's very strange. For example, Hungarians, I also think that they don't really engage in race science with the Slavs the way Western Europeans do, with generalizing us as eternal construction workers who are de facto barbarian. But Hungarians are interesting in them, pretty much being arguably one of the least white motherfuckers if you, look at the definition of what is white from a racist perspective in Europe, and yet being ridiculously racist towards motherfuckers that look like Hakim, for example, or that come in from Asia, which has always been absolutely beautiful, like non-whites infighting over who gets to be approved of by daddy German and daddy white American the cope is absolutely surreal.
How about you, JT? Any race science developments that you have to contribute?
Oh, what do I have? I feel like I had something. Oh, I went to a, so we're new in the neighborhood, right? And this was a couple nights ago now. There's a nice old couple across the street. And the guy, he walked
They saw
over.
JT and they're like, no colored.
Yeah.
They saw JT and they were like, me and my boyfriend saw you across the bar and you were very cute.
We liked your vibe. Yeah.
They saw the curly hair and they're like, when did they start allowing Italians here? Sorry, keep going.
So this is a real nice, nice older couple, probably I don't know, mid-70s, and they came across the street because we were playing with Evie out front. They're like, hey, we every few months we like to have about 5 houses down that way and 5 houses down that way all come over to have like snacks and drinks and stuff. You guys should come. And so we got my sister to babysit Evie, and we go over that night. Really nice people, but apparently like we missed the memo for the dress code because a good third of the people there, and there were like 25 people there, were wearing shirts with a big Trump on it that just said, "You missed, bitch." I'm like, oh man, here we go. So there, yeah. So, and I should have known. I mean, this neighborhood is the Trumpiest place I've ever seen in my life. I was shocked when we came here because, like, when we came in and toured before we moved here,
you're hiding in plain sight.
yeah, they'll never find me here. They, it was a normal neighborhood. But then when we moved in, there were flags. It was like Trump was coming to town or something. Like every house had a Trump flag flying from it, like that and an American flag. Like, man, this is So yeah, I'm expecting to have some nice race science updates for you boys periodically. So stay tuned.
Are there any ethnic people? Absolutely. As I asked, are there any ethnic people in the neighborhood?
There are. Yes. And I'm trying to think if any of them were flying the Trump flag. I don't.
Because honestly, that's what I was gonna say. I was like, JT was looking for where to buy a house, and he saw absolutely nobody except like a fucking KKK looking ass motherfuckers in the neighborhood. And he was like, "This is not strange. Let me purchase a house in this cul-de-sac."
Yeah, surely this is a normal place to live. No, there are. It's just the area.
I bet they're so confused. They're like, we heard that this filthy race mixer's coming in with a Zimbabwean wife. And then afterwards, like, there's this white...
Where is he?
And he has a white woman as the help? Hey, you should go around with Evie, and she's like lily white, mashallah alayha. Yeah. Absolutely adorable. Very, like, typical white kid. And then you should tell everybody, oh, my wife is Zimbabwean, but you have this kid that is
very clearly white.
His Aryan genes are so superior. It has dominated the child. Very хорошо.
She's very blonde. She's very blonde. I tell you what.
My God. And the old couple across the way was like, the cum is strong with this one.
Completely washed away the impurities.
Would you like to breed my wife as well? The children keep coming out a bit brown.
Oh my God. Deprogrammed dual services.
Yeah. He's like, dude, like, I have like 6 kids with my wife now, and they're all coming out black. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Like, can you please breed my wife this time?
Exactly right.
I made very yeah. You can write a movie about what I just
bull.
said.
The Trump neighborhood bull. And then they see the hammer and sickle tattoo on your ass cheek.
What have I done?
but do you have like
your kids will come out non-binary?
Do you have like communist memorabilia in your living room? Because I'm kind of like edging towards telling you to maybe move it in case sometimes you show up for some beer or coffee.
No, I don't have any. Like, I don't have my Lenin bust yet. I'm gonna bring it home from when I go to Texas tomorrow. But
just say it's a souvenir, man. It's all right. Nobody.
Yeah, but the problem is the books on the bookshelf. It's like Dune, Red Rising, The Expanse, communism on the entire side. Yeah.
These guys are so dumb. They don't know what it is, dude. They will see Das Kapital and they will like, oh my God, he's a great businessman. He probably reads books on how to generate more capital.
Yeah, that's not weird. They're like Das Kapital, and it's like, why he's reading geography in German? That's what they're gonna fucking think. Oh my God, my favorite Belgian city, Paris.
Why is there a whole book about capital letters?
Yeah. Where's Das lowercase?
Fucking stupid. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Deprogram. Today we have a lovely episode for you. It is about Well, the collapse of the neoliberal order is what we're trying to cover. I have a beautiful intro that I've prepared for you boys. Too verbose for my taste, but I had to write this like 5 minutes before we started because I completely forgot.
In typical fashion.
That I didn't write an intro. All right, excuse me. The inherent corruption of the rules-based order, present since its forceful inception and imposition on the rest of the world, is only matched by its gradual erosion at emerging forces it can't contend with, no matter how hard the ruling class interests it serves try. This erosion has now turned into an avalanche of multipolarity, the first correct step of this century towards a more productive and positive future. To piss off the mouse, a single spark can start a prairie fire, and this spark has begun burning at the dead rot of the US hegemonic system. I was going to go way more ridiculous with it and go like revolutionary sloganeering, but I thought that might annoy our lovely mouse way too much, so I'm going to avoid it.
That was good.
But it is my favorite pastime. I always make this joke or like this cringe fact about myself, and I'll continue to do it. When I was very first like began reading to Marxism, as typical, I became very attracted to the Maoist writings and the tertiary Maoist writings specifically. And one of my favorite things about them was the way that they would write, the way it would be translated into English, because of course I can't read the Mandarin, but how bombastic it was. And I was like, you know what, it would be super chill to figure out how to do this, how to write like this. So I would like sit there
it wouldn't. It would be so fucking weird. It would be so weird. Fun.
Hey, well, that's what I did. And that was an exercise in improving my English, trying to write Chinese fucking translated Maoist revolutionary slogans. So there you go. Anyways, today we'll be covering 3 things. The first and foremost of which is the falsity and crumbling of sorts of the liberal or parliamentary democratic system, which has been force-fed down basically the entire world. We'll follow that with a covering of de-dollarization, how it's happening, why it's happening, what processes are going on, and then we'll close it off with a beautiful overview by GT of human rights. The most important of which, of course, the bedrock of all this nonsense used to... you had a bunch of people talk about the universal rights of man at the same time as they were enslaving people. So this is what we're going to get to. Of course, we can't do anything that we do without your tremendous support. We love all of you, so thank you to our Patreon supporters. We have many fantastic perks. You get bonus episodes, extra episodes, bonus content, access to the Discord with access to us, of course, once monthly discussions in the Habib chats where we discuss anything and everything with full access to us, and pictures of our hog. This is the biggest seller, of course.
Someone's gonna sign up and be like, "Where are they?"
Exactly.
They don't exist.
That's what she said. Oh, I'm in 2012. Oh.
Exactly right. Now you go, please enter into your beautiful rendition.
Absolutely, thank you. But before I start, I must say that, a month in and month out, I learned more and more about JT and Hakeem, and now I learned why this man is so eloquent with his English. Like, people like me started out in English by singing songs like Head and Shoulders, Knees and Toes, Knees and Toes. And he started out his, deep dive into English linguistics with a guy ranting about the labor aristocracy shall forever be inherently reactionary because etc. etc. So
this is a 37th form of liberalism.
Oh man.
So yeah, that's where the divide comes in. But speaking of the divide, let me start you off on the divide between how neoliberal democracy is presented to you, me, and everybody else, and what it is at its core. In a more, let's say, with the other gentleman, you will talk about more like empirical stuff and example-based, etc., etc. I want to start off today's conversation with a more general overview and a little bit of deep dive into why none of this, as it is presented to you, makes much sense, so that maybe some of you who are not informed get to learn something, and for those who might be, maybe you'll get some additional mannerisms that you can use to better explain it to those in your surrounding which might not be as informed. So the first thing they basically hammer into your head at school is the incredible value the current electoral system presents us all as citizens. They throw Churchill-like quotes about this not being the perfect system, but it's better than all others. They instruct you to feel pride in the millions which have given their lives in the fight for voting rights over the centuries. They tell you to be grateful because, hey, it could be much worse. All of these classic modern pitches, not bitches, to those of us living in late-stage capitalist brain rot are to an extent correct, but they're ironically used to stifle ideas for improvement, not promote them. Talking about adapting the system to current conditions, talking about the expansion of which aspects of everyday social and economic life we get to govern by ourselves are turned into borderline social taboos. They speak to us about gratitude, but not so that we can have a well-rounded historical understanding of our past and the world, but instead so that we don't think about elevating this system to something better, like those very same millions who fought for voting rights have done in the past. The classic, they want you to praise someone like MLK, but they never want you to become someone like him. They remove ideology, they remove material conditions and fully naturalize the current status quo. How it is right now must remain so forever. To question it is to basically be ungrateful, even if your intention is to improve it. Most secular countries have managed to adapt this sort of eternal belief in the market and the so-called parliamentary democratic system into a bastardized religion, a rallying cry of their national and cultural identities. The classic, I vote, therefore I am. I would even add, therefore I am American, because that's where this ideology kind of really peaks. This blindingly oversimplified perspective has turned one of the most impressive governing systems into a stifling ideology, using rhetoric on the progressive idea of voter self-representation as a tool to limit what that very vote can do in the first place. Talking about voting rights in the workplace is seen as silly and utopian, the same way kings laughed at the idea of people's self-governance. Refusing to vote for candidates which commit war crimes abroad or start whole-ass wars is seen as simplistic and anti-intellectual, as if there's something profound in doing lesser evilisms with literal murderers. Calls for stabilizing the economy are listened to during the election cycle, but excused away by the ungoverned rule of the free market once the ballots are cast. All are split between those who vote and those who have a super PAC, where the latter define what you can even vote on in the first place. The impoverished and homeless are forgotten because they don't pose an electoral risk. Hard to vote when you're starving, hard to be represented when you don't vote because you're starving. All of these various snakes eating their own ass, he said a thing, don't even cover the top of the top of the top of the hypocritical iceberg, which is neoliberal democracy. Just the first one I mentioned should be a conversation stopper, not even starter. How is it we're told we don't live under a authoritarian structure when 8 to 9 hours, 5 to 7 days a week, for 80% of our lives, we have no say in what is to be done with our time, our labor, and our souls? I don't know if anything is closer to the definition of half-assed than a system calling itself democratic while allowing you to barely direct 50% of your waking life. A system where the vast majority wants genocide and war to stop, yet it continues. Where a vast majority want an economy for the many, not the few, yet the wealth hoarding continues. A system where every single Homo sapien is calling for peace, yet the war rattle continues. You can only sit half-assed on the chair before you eventually fall off. And our chair, it's very, very wobbly.
Well said. One thing that I would like to add a little bit to this generally is that when it comes to the idea of parliamentary representation, the concept that's sold is that you should have proportional representation, everybody will have their say through their representatives, but what more often happens, and this is very clearly evident concretely when we see European politics, which are their bread and butter is impotent parliamentarism, is just gridlocked
Continues.
governments. Yeah, you can't just keep mashing together completely opposing sides and expecting them to form any sort of coherent, especially when the current political, diplomatic, geopolitical, and economic situation forces people to not, be in this cringe, middle liberal. Oh, I'm not left, I'm not right. This nonsense, which usually classical liberal nonsense, which you could get away with before when economic conditions were better. The mythology still stood high, but now it's like people are seeing that their quality of life is eroding. Climate change is a significant issue. The support to this and that impotent fucking struggle, whether it be what's going on in Ukraine or for whatever reason supporting the genocide in Israel, despite the fact that the vast majority of every population that's polled is against doing this. These people are seeing these things and then going one way or the other. They're like, oh, well, I interpret these through a certain lens that's incorrect, and then they go far right, or they do the work and interpret it correctly, and then they go far left. Either way, because of this stratification and division, you will not be able to construct any sort of meaningful governments, and that is by design. Because while everything is fucking gridlocked, business goes on as usual, and usually it is the deregulation that gets passed more easily than re-regulating or increasing whatever. Taxes and whatnot.
Sometimes even with literal interim governments, like to go super hyper specific. You have a few current countries in Europe that are a perfect example of that, where you either exist in two extremes. One hyper corrupt party that is usually represented by strong corporate bank interests, the Central European government by the European Union, etc. Or after, usually they went in, if we're talking about, for example, the so-called post-socialist world, they immediately went in so that they make sure that the communists don't come back into power once elections were allowed, which would have happened in literally 85% of all post-Soviet and post-socialist in general countries, etc. And then they stay in power for like 20 fucking years, and then finally people are like, okay, we successfully voted them out with some sort of generally united opposition, but by ideologies, not even ideologies, by worldviews that are completely opposed. And then what happens? They kick that guy out. They now take parliament, which is, for now, democracy is working really well, and then they start infighting amongst themselves. And then for 5-6 years, they can't even start a government. And the only point at which they can start a government is when they do what? They cooperate with the original, very large, corrupt party that was there, and then absolutely nothing changes. Wars, people that, as Hakeem beautifully put, that people might not want to support, that's not touched because you don't win a general election with actual ideological disagreements. You have to create the most vanilla, the most basic, literal meme of nothing ever changes party for something for you to get 51% in a country which is struggling economically as we enter late stage capitalism, as again Hakeem said, and therefore will never basically unite under one particular banner through neoliberal democracy. And that is, again, 100%, what Hakeem said is extremely important, and we need to hammer it in your head. It is by design. It is 100% by design. And they make so much fucking money during these interim periods because business doesn't give a fuck. Business loves when the government is so fucking confused. Loves it. Strives on it. That's when, even in tiny countries, new billionaires are born. Those are peak moments. But it just doesn't work, especially on points that are of extreme importance. And business goes on as usual.
And also, by the way, just by virtue, and just to re-emphasize this tired Marxist analysis, the reason that parliamentary democracy is such a staple of liberalism and the foundational rock of liberalism is the sacrosanctness of capital and protection of property rights. The reason that parliamentarism is put on top of this as a political structure is because no matter how popular socialist policies and anti-capital, or not anti-capital in that way, but anti-capitalist policies at the very least, no matter how popular they are, the ruling class will still be able to, through their ownership of the media, through buying up of political positions, either through like heavy lobbying or through basically heavy advertising to confuse the mass of people regarding this policy or that policy, etc. They can always maintain their in, and through that in, they can maintain and block laws that would be, for example, let's say, limiting in any way. And by the way, this is only within the liberal framework. If you want to go into the socialist framework and you would want to, for example, outlaw private property, I don't mean personal property, I mean, for example, private ownership of vast tracts of land, blah, blah. Not even all of it, but at least the very large holdings of land and many factories and lots of capital and all that shit, right? Even if you want to do that, in the vast majority of the time, this would require constitutional changes, which would require like a 60 or 70% vote through the parliament and approval of whatever fucking constitutional monarch they would have in some of these countries. It genuinely is a joke of a system. It's specifically made to lock you into accepting capitalism at most with the quote unquote human face. But moving on from this point, let's enter into the de-dollarization. De-dollarization, just as a concept, is a current ongoing global process of reducing the dominance of the US dollar in international trade, in finance, in reserve holdings, central bank reserve holdings, for example. Usually this is attempted by countries or institutions that want to diversify away from the dollar and in its place use other currencies for trade or holding reserves, for example, in gold or some other currency that's also popularly being used, or creating financial systems that do not rely on the dollar. Before we get into why this happens and what are the consequences of this, what is the historical thing here? Why is it that the dollar is so supreme over everything?
And should we change the deprogrammed Patreon currency to another currency?
Exactly right. Yes.
Why are you not? You know so much about this. Tell us what. How does this impact me, specifically me?
If you exist in a system which is practically, if you're in North America, if you're in Europe, if you're in Japan or whatever, it's better for you to be already pegged kind of to the dollar, because everything else in your country and around your country is being done by the dollar. But this will change soon. Not yet. We're going to get to this, but soon this will change. Anyways, the historical rise of dollar dominance begins with, or became solidified after World War II with the Bretton Woods Agreement in 1944, which was towards the end of World War II, but the actual paperwork and everything was passed and approved shortly after the war. This established the dollar as the primary global reserve currency in the West, pegged to gold. Why do I specify in the West? Because this system would then be imposed on all the rest of the world. The British and French and whatever else colonial empires would impose this ad hoc dollar supremacy through their own colonial currencies on the colonial subjects. So even before independence, for many of these nations, they were already kind of grandfathered in, if that's the right term, into being dependent on the dollar. But moving along from that, this allowed the US to exert immense, supreme financial and geopolitical influence. And then once the gold standard was abandoned in 1971, which I believe happened under Nixon, the petrodollar instead was introduced, and the idea is that oil transactions would be denominated and controlled through dollars. The sale and purchase would be through dollars, which reinforces the global hegemony of the US dollar, because oil was the primary driver for everything: industry, electricity generation, everything, or the processes for developing extraction of coal and whatnot. To run the machines, you needed oil, so on and so forth. This basically allowed the United States to do several things. The first one of which is an annoying economics term that you need to learn, which is seigniorage. This enables the United States to specifically extract income for itself through seigniorage, which is profits generated from issuing currency. If you're the largest currency on the world and the currency that basically all the world is forced to use against their will even, then of course you have, there's like a monopoly type of market relation. When you read in economics textbooks, when they use examples of the perfect competition, blah blah, perfect relations within a market economy, nothing in real life adheres to this mythology, aside from oil markets and by extension the currency markets usually, because they're such strong monopolies. Regardless, that's number one. They get profits from issuing the main currency, and second of all, they can fund all sorts of deficits. The United States can fund all sorts of deficits by issuing debt themselves that other nations just kind of have to absorb, or they willingly absorb, because that's just the cost of doing business. They can also likewise lock out countries from international trade by reducing hard currency supply. They can reduce the total amount of dollars that goes to a particular country through sanctioning bargaining and through other trade maneuvers, which would then basically prevent said country from buying anything on the world market because the entire world market only works in dollars. What the fuck are you going to do with a North Korean won, for example, right, to purchase things? I specify North Korean won because this is what the United States effectively did to the DPRK, to the point that the DPRK was forced to allegedly create the most sophisticated US dollar counterfeiting operation, to the point that it's very, very confusing, actually. The United States keeps accusing and then going back on their accusation, accusing and coming back on their accusation, because some of the doubtful dollars are so perfect and so you can't you can't tell them apart from the ones that are made actually in the US and put out by the Fed.
Wow.
so they're like, okay, maybe they're not. Maybe they just got dollars through another way. But it's the idea is that the DPRK is very, very good at making counterfeit dollars, which makes sense for their operations throughout the 90s and early 2000s. Anyways, because of all these points and some more that I'm going to touch on later, we had an emergence of a drive for de-dollarization initiatives. And this is de-dollarization in and of itself is a response to the structural dependency. The reason I say structural dependency is because within the system, within the world economic system, this is a structural component, the central role of the dollar, right? There is a structural dependency on the dollar. Countries that attempt to resist U.S. economic coercion, sanctions, for example, or manipulations of the finance or financial system that serve U.S. interests, they try to resist U.S. maneuvers in such a way by de-dollarizing their economies and de-dollarizing relations with other countries as well, so that the trade can exclude the United States will not involve their banking services. This is an attempt where peripheral and semi-peripheral nations break free by the imperial core imposed monetary constraints that have just kept them down for the past century. The same reasons for the drive for de-dollarization come up over and over, even by the admittance of U.S. officials and U.S. think tanks. When you read their reports, it's very clear. They know exactly why the world is de-dollarizing. Number one, and first and foremost, is at the top of the list, sanctions. Economic sanctions that prevent hard currency from flowing in, manipulate local markets, etc. This is the number one reason. The second one is a new one, and it is asset seizure. The most outright, blatant example of this is the seizure by the United States and Western Europe of $300 billion worth of Russian assets in American and Western banks to be sent to Ukraine because the money was drying up from their domestic economies to send to Ukraine, so they're going to steal from Russia to do this. Now, think yourself. Let's say you are the head of Zimbabwe or Brazil or India or God knows what, Tanzania or whatever the fuck. And you realize that if you upset the United States government or you don't go along with their bullshit dictates, then they're gonna steal your the things that you've entrusted in their banks, the assets and money and whatever and capital that you entrusted in their bank. They're gonna steal it from you and then give it to your supposed regional enemies or whatever the fuck. If you see this activity, would you want to invest or put your assets in American banks or Western banks?
No,
absolutely not. Absolutely not. Exactly right. And ever since this happened, the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia and a bunch of other countries around the world have began de-investing but they've been moving assets outside of Western-controlled banking systems. Not as much as should be, but they have been doing it, which is very alarming. This is not the first time, by the way. They've done it to Iran, they've done it to Iraq, they've done it to the DPRK, they did it to Libya, something like $170 billion worth of assets. Libya is a country of what at the time in the 80s, their population was 20 million or something, less probably. So imagine the ridiculous amounts of wealth that they seized. Illegally, by the way. So this asset seizure is another reason for it. And the third reason is one that's a bit more historic, and it's something called moving up the value chain. Moving up the value chain is economies speak for basically countries can stop producing cheap shit for Walmart in return for dollars to buy other stuff on the world market. Instead, they can actually focus on developing their own industrial growth, industrialize and produce more technically sophisticated goods, etc., and have a more equal relationship in trading, instead of just basically producing cheap shit for Walmart so that the United States consumer base buys it for dollars, and then this country that produces the cheap shit gets dollars so that they can then use said dollars to purchase things on the world market. In essence, this means less reliance on appeasing the American consumption base, the American market, which is a significant. This is a dependency question that goes back into Nkrumah and even older. Even Lenin discussed a bit of this. Very interesting. Anyways, what are the ongoing processes of de-dollarization that are currently going on? De-dollarization is like a diesel engine that you try to start in in cold weather, and the first like 2 or 3 times you tried, it didn't work, but now it's fucking roaring. And I use this example because de-dollarization initiatives were started by 2 countries, particularly in the most sacred of American cows, let's say, and that is the petrodollar, right? Both Libya and Iraq tried and failed miserably to the complete destruction and eradication of their social and political systems and whatnot, to supersede and replace the petrodollar with more equal international systems of accounting for trade in oil, which was a gold-backed like petrodollar that is not actually related to the dollar, but instead is based on like gold reserves or whatnot. The first example of this was the complete destruction of Iraq. It was one of the reasons, not the only reason, but one of the reasons for the invasion of Iraq. Iraq at that point had been stockpiling lots of gold in order to initiate the launching of a new currency. Libya had also done the same. And Libya was doing 2 things. They want to do 1, a gold-backed petrodollar, and 2, they want to do a Pan-African unit currency of trade, basically, to exclude the dollar as well. Both of these attempts were very brave, but failed because the United States simply didn't allow them and used military force to prevent them from getting off the ground. Now, moving on to the third time you twist the fucking key and now the diesel engine roars, that is the bilateral and regional trade agreements that have been happening with the BRICS countries. This means China, Russia, India, South Africa, and Brazil, of course, but specifically China, Russia, India. These are the biggest ones that are playing right now. They've signed trade agreements using their national currencies, which basically means trade without relying on the dollar. Which is significant because, as you can imagine, trade between China, which is the largest population on Earth and also arguably the largest economy on Earth now, and India, with the largest population total and a very fastly growing economy, and Russia, which is a historic industrial power at this point, this is a significant development, them trading outside the dollar. To give you a concrete example of this, the dollar now accounts for 47% of globally allocated foreign exchange reserves. That means central banks have 47% of their currency reserves in dollars. This is down from over 70% in 2001. 70% is an overwhelming majority of assets, right? Now it's 47%. That's in 20 years, right?
The diesel engine has started.
Exactly right. Now here's where we get to the point where it's roaring. The neoliberal and the Wall Street favorite rag, Bloomberg, states, and I quote, "De-dollarization is happening at a stunning pace. The U.S. currency's share of global reserves decreased in 2022 at 10 times the average speed of the past 2 decades, as a number of countries looked for alternatives after Russia's invasion of Ukraine triggered sanctions." This is the first point that I want to note. At 10 times the speed, meaning in the past 20 years, it dipped from over 70% to 47%. That means over the next 20 years, this dip is going to be even more significant, most likely. To the point that there are like White House press briefings about how they're going to try to stop de-dollarization, and it was even a point on Trump's campaign trail. Both Trump and Harris, actually, but Trump was a bit heavier-handed on it, which is interesting because this is the first time it comes up during a presidential race. But moving aside from this, another interesting thing is, and this is mirroring this development, there will be over 1 billion new consumers added to the total global market from the global south over the next 10 years. Over 1 billion people would be added to this consumption base, compared to a gradually or more or less stagnant, going on reducing consumption base in the West. Now, increased consumption, generally, of course, means increased trade volume, right? Now, this increased trade volume would not be done in dollars, which would, of course, further weaken the total position of the dollar. This is a significant development. This is a exponential graph, like a logarithmic graph, and we're at the very bottom. We haven't seen it go up into the sky yet, but this is something that's going to really take off, most likely. But moving on, another way of skirting the dependence on the dollar isn't only by not using dollars, it's by also creating alternative institutions for lending that do not use dollars. Now, there's 2 big institutions for this. The first one is the New Development Bank, which is established by the BRICS to provide financing without reliance on the dollar, financing for international projects. That's the number one. And number 2 is the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which also promotes development, usually infrastructure-based, using alternative currencies. If you realize something very interesting, both the New Development Bank and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank mostly focus on infrastructure development and industrialization. Why? Because that is where actual wealth is generated for countries. If you look at the general investment patterns of Western banks, what do they mostly invest in? They invest in financial tools. They invest in fucking moving numbers from here to there and speculating on assets, right? In the United States is a perfect example of this, speculating on real estate and whatnot without actually producing something. And that's why the quality of life and is declining. The real wage in the United States is declining, is because there's no actual production being made. There's no actual real investment being made for the most part. Anyways, moving on from that, another thing is diversification of bank reserves. This usually means either continuing stocking in central banks, like in China and Russia, stocking gold reserves, or reducing dollar-denominated assets for other currencies. Another thing that can happen, and this is something that I haven't read too much about, but it's many of the economists of the global south are very excited about this. And when Cuba and Venezuela and a bunch of these other countries are very excited about something, I tend to just kind of defer to their excitement, because they know something I don't. And that is the development of central bank digital currencies to bypass dollar-denominated financial systems. This means blockchain-based systems for settling trade and whatnot. I'm not the best educated about this, so I can't really comment further, but it is something that both Cuba and Venezuela and Nicaragua were super, super, super into. Right, from the very beginning, going years back now. And I think this is, when you're in quote-unquote America's backyard, as disgusting of a phrase as that is to say, it's much harder to skirt sanctions than when you share a border like Russia and China do, right? So as a result, these systems are completely outside the reach of the United States. Their use to settle trade and whatnot, I can imagine would be very, very useful.
And that's why, ironically, like the biggest problem that Western governments and state banks have with the blockchain-based currencies, crypto in general, is they're not talking about money laundering by, I don't know, narco traffickers that they deal with, or by like it's just another tool for the extremely wealthy to get even wealthier. On those topics, they're like, crypto is super fucking based. But when it comes to countries that are being hyper exploited by them through sanctions, potentially using this now, let's call it open banking system. Obviously, that's a massive oversimplification. Then it's a massive problem, because you are immediately supporting terrorism. You are trading with countries that are militarily aligned against the U.S., which then brings a lot of legal unnecessary weight to it, blah blah blah. And then that's the shit that they don't like about blockchain. But the other stuff they absolutely adore.
Absolutely, exactly right. And another point that they're getting into, the reason for the progress of de-dollarization is, like as I mentioned before, active resistance to sanctions are based in the dollar. Iran and Venezuela, for example, are heavily sanctioned by the US, and they've had to instead use like barter systems, oil for something else, whatever it may be, or non-dollar trade, like China and Russia have been doing. But the point of active resistance to sanction, you don't have to take my word for it. You can listen to a very high up IMF official, who was, I believe, also the head of the IMF at one point, who said, and verbatim, he said, North America and Europe have seized hundreds of billions of dollars worth of assets from the reserves of Russia and Iran and Venezuela and Syria and Afghanistan and the DPRK. Many countries are now afraid they could be the next victims. After he listed like 7 fucking countries, he's like, oh, many countries are afraid they could be
unfounded fears.
Yeah, exactly right. So of course the next logical step is to speed up the process of this by sanctioning more countries. That's what the United States only does. It's expanding its sanctions list to 20, I believe, and if you count like tertiary and the non-specific quote-unquote sanctions, it's even more than this. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous fucking system.
But that's the eternal like European cope of sorry if I interrupted you. That's the eternal European cope of like the European Union thinks that using the dollar, using the World Bank, using the IMF against enemy states is exclusively done to remind other enemy states of what can happen if they pursue, let's say, more independent governance. But why is it cope? Because, my dear European Union friends, it's also a reminder to you to stay the fuck in line as well. Because if you think they're not going to seize your assets or completely fucking crush your economies because even for 1 second you thought of not following the State Department line, I have a fucking bridge in San Francisco to sell you.
Exactly right. And that's kind of the point. It's mafia tactics, literally. Just to scare It's ridiculous. But they're wearing respectable suits, right? They're even Armani. Oh boy. Anyways, let's talk about like concrete progress of de-dollarization. China and Russia are trading in their own currencies now. I think it's over 90% of their trade volume is in their individual currencies. China and Brazil have dropped the dollar in bilateral trade between them as well. The United Arab Emirates are selling China gas and oil in yuan. For example, Southeast Asian nations in the ASEAN bloc are de-dollarizing their trade generally and have been very interested in speeding up this process. They've been promoting local payment systems. Kenya is buying West Asian oil with its own currency, for example. And all of these, each individual example I'm talking about is billions of dollars worth of trade I'm mentioning. That's billions of dollars worth of trade that are not going in dollars. Think about that, right? That's fantastic. That's such a... Because the more you kind of peel away at this nonsense, the more constricted the United States gets in its ability to kind of control the system. I'm going to get onto the long-term consequences of that in a second, but let me just tell you about what the United States is, their attempts at stopping de-dollarization. What are they doing? First and foremost, sanctions and military pressure, the only thing that the United States knows. Trump even said as much. He's like, I will not allow countries to de-dollarize. I will slap 100% tariffs on their shit. I'm going to do X, Y, Z. And like, you know, and of course the implication is also eventually military. He's continuing the misunderstanding that if you put 100% tariffs, that means all the things that come into the United States will be more expensive for the American consuming base. Is he a fucking idiot? Like,
Americans over here Googling what is a tariff.
A tariff is a fucking tax.
Yeah.
That's a meme.
Oh
That's
my God.
the meme. That's literally the meme.
Yeah.
Oh,
for the
God.
people who are not in the know, just to make life easier, a tariff is essentially a tax on goods coming into the United States from abroad, right? In an effort to prevent them from competing with local economy and local markets and local producers, the United States government puts a certain tax on that and then afterwards allows it into the market. So let's say there's a 20% tax on a fucking, I don't know, on a phone, let's say. When you go to buy that phone, it's the base price plus the 20% tax that you pay as a consumer. And that tax goes to the government to generate certain, well, in this case, it would be the 20% of tax that generates income to be sent to Israel to kill children, as well as send it into the never-ending hole that is the Ukrainian escapade, the Ukrainian adventure. And, of course, to give tax breaks to the wealthiest in society.
Car enthusiasts look into the chicken tax. There's a reason we got these giant monster truck pickups, and we don't have those beautiful little Chinese pickups. That's
exactly right. Yeah, the Chinese and Japanese one's exactly right. And electric cars are the newest one.
Yeah.
And guess what? The American consumers that have to pay this extra tax means that they pay more money for things that people in other countries pay less to get. Meaning that people in other countries have better consumption like options just generally. But also if you happen to run a business and this is not like a yogurt that has a tariff on it, but instead like an industrial good that you need for production, guess what? That means people in other countries producing the same shit as you do have now lower expenditures because they're getting the shit cheaper because they don't have to pay fucking tariffs from their governments on these inputs to their industrial production, meaning that you will be outcompeted on the world market, meaning that long term this is incredibly damaging to your, and that's exactly what the United States is doing. They slapped tariffs on over 900 industrial inputs from China, which is so fucking stupid, especially when you consider that Chinese industry is far less reliant on the United States market and US inputs than the inverse, and this process will only continue going to the future.
Another one last car related thing, because I am compelled. Ford CEO drives a Chinese car, and he says he doesn't want to stop driving it. There's if a billionaire is going like, yeah, their shit's better than ours, I'm gonna pay the massive tariffs anyway so I can have this rip to you guys. That should tell you something.
Absolutely. Very, very interesting developments. We need to do a Chinese electric car episode special, and we need to get people some experts.
I used to do a car show. Let's fly to China, business expense, and do a car show on
10,000%.
Yes, bro.
We
That'd
go.
be so fun.
We drive a BYD Seal or whatever the fuck.
Yo.
Just cruise and be like, oh. Sound off if you'd like to see that. We'll do a 3-episode special. Sound off. Anyways, okay. Moving on. The first thing I mentioned for the attempt at stopping the de-dollarization by the United States was the sanctioning and military pressure. The second thing that they're trying to do is financial and institutional leverage. How? The United States dominates the institutions of money lending and control generally on the international stage through the IMF and through the World Bank, which reinforces dollar-centric policies. This bites them in the ass because this directly drove the founding and development of these alternative banks that are now basically almost as big, if not as big, and soon will be much larger than the IMF and the World Bank. But they're just kind of doubling down on the system. They're doubling down on the same system that's causing all these alternatives to develop, instead of just being like, how about we be a little bit more fair? Regardless. Another thing is imposing restrictions on alternative financial systems. One example of this is pressuring SWIFT to exclude Russia. Now, this is a lot of bullshit that if you're not involved in this or read about this, you don't know what the fuck I just said. So I'll give an example. I'll give an explanation. SWIFT is basically the processing system for bank transactions. When a country A sells to country B and you want to move money back and forth, the SWIFT system is what you use to move the money back and forth and to pay for goods and whatnot. That's basically what SWIFT does. Now, what happened after the 2022 war or invasion or special military operation, whatever you want to call it, between Russia and Ukraine, SWIFT was politically pressured because SWIFT is an organization. It was politically pressured by the EU and by the United States to exclude Russia from processing payments. This is an attempt to basically cripple a country's economy. And this was the big thing. They're like, oh, we're going to bring Russia to its knees. And this was the thing what they meant, right? Mm-hmm. Because if you were to do this to Belgium, for example, Belgium would crumble in 2 fucking days, right? Mm-hmm. Because they have no alternative. The thing is that Russia has been had started their own alternative in 2015. And I'm going to get to that in a second. The side note that I want to enter to is that SWIFT, after this political pressure, gladly excluded Russia, but they still categorically refuse to exclude Israel. Mm-hmm. How pleasant, how beautiful. We love the double standards. Just like the Olympics, just like FIFA and all these other football organizations, just like the fucking, what was it, the tennis organization? The cat thing? Yeah, exactly. Everything Russian is not allowed. All right, but the Israeli, no. They
my vodka.
Before you go.
Fucking beluga is now made in fucking Montenegro. What the fuck? The fuck?
You know, my favorite thing actually when we were in the undisclosed location where we met up, our beautiful boy Yugopnik went to go and peruse the vodka section, and he was so disappointed. This man was so fucking heartbroken, right? You know the inverse. You know when the apocryphal tale of Yeltsin going to an American grocery store and being wowed by the selection of Totino fucking what's it called?
Pizza rolls.
The pizza rolls, exactly right. The inverse of that is you go walking into this particular country's supermarket
falling
and
to
seeing
his knees.
Just dog shit vodka.
How the turns have tabled, man. The turns have tabled.
Yeah. Right. Moving aside from that, actually, a very nice side note on the refusing to exclude Israel, but a Israeli war criminal, soldier that was in the IDF, has done several tours.
It's redundant.
All that. He went to Cyprus recently to celebrate his 7th wedding anniversary on leave from committing genocide, and he was basically found and the Israeli intelligence system, instead of trying to quote unquote prevent attacks and protect its population, to prevent October 7th type attacks, of course, which they can't because they're impotent and the resistance never falters. Instead of trying to protect their own people, they're busy trying to find out, are our war criminals who go abroad as tourists being harassed in any way, and if they are, we need to send a plane to go pick them up and bring them back to Israel. And that's basically what happened to him. They're like, go immediately to the Israeli embassy in Cyprus because we don't believe that you're safe, which is beautiful. This is how it's supposed to be. If you're a war criminal, you should not be allowed to fucking travel. Or peace. If you do, exactly right. If you do, then I don't know. Arrest is as legal of a statement that I can legally okay statement as I can make. Anyway,
stay up on Spotify.
Yeah. But now, as opposed to just having SWIFT, there's been several alternative systems that have been developed. The first of which was there's an Indian system that's been going on for a while, but the Russian system for transfer of financial messages, and the Chinese cross-border interbank payment system. So it's SIPS and Citifum or whatever the fuck. Not as nice as SWIFT, sadly.
The Russians
but regardless,
suck so
there
hard
are
with that shit, man. God, if Middle Eastern and African countries suck with naming their fucking revolutionary guards and their fucking resistance movements. The Russians.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
No, it's going to sound like a 1921 Bureau of like tire production. Soviet Union. But yeah. Anyways, so that's a very good thing that there are now these alternative methods. Of course, geopolitical intervention, that's what the United States does. I gave the example of Iraq and Libya. They were 20 years too early, sadly. Otherwise, they would still be sovereign nations today and would have contributed plenty to multipolarity. Sadly, they couldn't. And the final point of this is the imposing. The United States, what it tries to do is impose economic ties beneficial to it. So what it does is it imposes trade relations favorable to the United States via dollar dominance or dollar domination on emerging markets, basically attempting to tether them closer to dollar-based financial systems. That's what NAFTA was. When the United States tried to create like free trade agreements with Mexico, they would tie the peso to the dollar, but the peso was way lower in value, right? So basically, as a result of this, the net transfer of value from Mexico to the United States increased ever further. And this is what the United States tries to do. So what it did to Argentina too, with this crazy dude Milei coming in. What are the long-term consequences of de-dollarization for the United States specifically? The number one, and this is a funny point, the erosion of its global hegemony. That's the point of it. As the dollar's dominance declines, the U.S. loses its ability to project economic power globally. But funnily enough, and ironically, this is listed as a positive in a few think tank documents, and the way they frame it is reducing global resentment of the United States, which is so fucking telling.
But also, like, if you are genuine, if you genuinely believe that the market, if it operates without obstruction and so-called monopolies, we know how ironic this is, but whatever. Yeah. If you genuinely believe in this, you should be for de-dollarization, so that every player in the world plays the same game, because currently they are, as Hakeem absolutely brilliant, and by the way, this is one of your best works ever, put forward, the game is not fair right now, not even fucking close. So if you really believe in the beautiful market, they will spawn an incredible utopia. If everybody actually competed, then you don't get to have just one currency dominating over everything. You know, Americans, if you're so good, if you're so entrepreneurial, I don't know other words that fucking lib capitalists use to define somebody that's very good and contributes.
Free market. If you truly believe in free markets,
then do it. Let's go, baby. Let's go. But obviously the counter argument going to be like, oh, but we have human rights here. They don't have human rights over there, so we can't really compete with them because they're going to hyper exploit. Brutal cope.
Yeah. Oh my god. And also, what's it called? A little addendum to this point. I mean, I have a video coming out about this exact topic. Actually, the how nonsense competition is, and the reason is because countries, these industrialized Western countries, early on in the colonial eras, they could very easily penetrate into way underdeveloped markets and completely take them over and completely fill them with their own products, etc., and benefit. But when the inverse happens and they start being outcompeted, then all of a sudden, no, protectionism, we want to protect it. Exactly right. It's rules for thee, not for me. Right. It's ideological justification for the unfairness of the system, and then it crumbles once they're at the wrong end of it. But we'll get there when we get there. The second point that I want to talk about when it comes to the consequences of de-dollarization, the long-term ones at least, is increased domestic financial pressure on the United States. The United States Treasury market, in this case, would face reduced demand. What does that mean? That means that generally the lending or the borrowing costs would be higher. Now, let's say you are a random American who wants to get a credit card, or who wants to get a loan for a business, or wants to get a loan for a house, or whatever the fuck, right? Having higher borrowing costs means higher interest rates. Both are tied together. This means reduce total spending. If you can't reach the bare minimum to be able to get the loan, or if your credit's too bad, or you just don't have the ability to do that, to get the loan, you don't qualify for it because the cost is very high and the interest rates are too high for you to be able to pay back on it, then that means that you're going to have reduced total spending, just generally consumption-based spending and borrowing. Now, what happens in capitalist economies when total spending, both in borrowing and on commodities, reduces? Recession. It's a fucking recession.
Super happy, and they tell you that actually you should pay for all of it, and they say we're definitely not using austerity, and then they admit that it's a recession.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, exactly right. Beautifully said. Yeah, they're gonna make it all flowery, of course. But what happens is a recession, right? A recession, baby, is the more important way of saying it. Now, Dollar dominance specifically helps the American consumer base, American consumers, because it lowers the price of imported goods generally. Because again, value transference. This usually, the estimation is total saving per year of between 25 to 45 billion dollars for the American consumer. 25 to 45 billion dollars a year are saved by American consumers because of dollar dominance. The less the domination of the dollar exists, or like the less supreme it is, the more the American consumer will have to spend. Which means that the already very tight belt of the average American will get even tighter, enough to fucking split them in two.
Rip.
This on top of the potential for causing a recession would cause significant difficulties for the average American, which is a kind of like if I want to be a Maoist third worldist about this, I would say conditions will worsen. But also, as Lenin said, the worse things get, the better generally when it comes to these things, because this will at least kind of help the process of awakening of the American people in this. And that's why, again, like, you join your organizations, please do the reading, right? You're all waiting for a fucking opportunity. When the opportunity comes, you shouldn't be caught with your fucking dick in your hands. Without the theoretical basis, without the necessary organizations, without the dual power structures, so on and so forth. But this is a point we've hammered on plenty. The final thing, and the final long-term consequence of de-dollarization is the general geopolitical realignment. We are seeing a moment of multipolarity in the global economy, which undermines the U.S. in leadership in quote-unquote international institutions, on the world stage, in political and diplomatic things. Already the United States is kind of being sidelined internationally through even in the UN and stuff. Nobody's respecting their decisions. They only have to follow along with it because of the overwhelming pressure and power of the United States. But this is different from 40 years ago, when there were many countries around the world that generally did believe in the United States' bullshit, right? Whether it be in Southeast Asia or Latin America, depending on where you are. Anyways, the weakening of the core's grip over the imperial periphery generally will develop even further as the financial underpinnings of of U.S. imperialism deteriorates, which is sigma developments generally. That's how they should be framed. And finally, what are the positives for the world economy, or particularly the global south? What are the positive developments of this? Number one, a development of real economic sovereignty. Reduced reliance on the dollar means nations in the global south can adopt monetary policies that actually suit their needs, that can allow them to focus on industrialization, not just creating cheap garbage to be able to get hard currency. It frees them from constraints of debt, dollar-dominated debt, for example, allows them to pay back debts in their own currencies, which is a huge fucking thing, because the more in debt you are, the more the IMF forces the depreciation of your currency. The more depreciated your currency is, the weaker it is in exchange against the dollar, especially when you trade in commodities, which means it becomes even harder for you to repay your interest on your debts, let alone your complete debts.
And then
right?
you're a slave.
Basically, and that's by design. That is the debt trap, which they pretend that China does, except China does nothing of the fucking sort. But anyways, it allows them to suit the demands of their economies better, meaning, and not to the demands of the American market or the rules and sanctions that the United States and its vassals impose on these countries. Number one. Number two is generally more diversified financial systems. This is like a technical point, but it's incredibly important. The creation of these multipolar monetary systems that I mentioned, the Russian, Chinese, and Indian, and so on and so forth, reduces general risks with the volatility of one single currency. And this is this technical point is best illustrated with a paraphrasing of Grenada's heroic revolutionary Maurice Bishop, who died tragically at the hand of a U.S. Military intervention and coup of his democratically elected and developed revolutionary government. He said, when the United States economy gets a cold, we get pneumonia. And that's kind of the point here. When you're so tied to the United States dollar, if, for example, a bank closes in the United States, then all of a sudden you're fucking in Montenegro for whatever the fuck reason, you're losing your house. Why the fuck, right? And this is one of those. It's a bit more complicated than this, but this diversified financial system is incredibly important. Another point is de-dollarization weakens the mechanisms through which surplus value is extracted from the global south. For example, as mentioned, dollar-pegged debt, trade imbalances. There's more options to relieve said debt, to balance trade, so on and so forth. And finally, this increases the cooperation between South the global south to the global south, right? Nations of the global south increase their general trading volume directly with one another in their own currencies, which allows for regional solidarity and development to occur. If you have very interconnected economies which are hyper-reliant or benefit greatly from trade between themselves, then greatly reduces the risks of war and other frictions, because it means that, you know, if we go into this, we're really gonna be hurting our own interests, right? And that's kind of the point of China's win-win diplomacy drive generally. If you were to create all these economic relations with each other, then everything else kind of falls by the wayside, because you guys working with each other directly develops and improves the quality of life of both parties, right? Ethiopia has been seeing, for example, IMF imposed bullshit for decades, right? And no good has come of it. And only when the Chinese came in have we now finally seen, for example, electric intercity transport, like trams and trains and whatnot. Or, for example, the new port that opened up in Peru, that the Chinese built for $3-something billion, which cuts trade time by by 2/3 or something, opening up all of Latin America's massive consumer base to Chinese goods. This is a huge development, and the United States is very fucking pissed about this. So they're so pissed about it, actually, that they had a very quickly scrambled together press conference with the demon Blinken, and he got up on a podium. He's like, "Oh, we are going to support the economic development. This is a gift from the American people to the Peruvian people," where they sent a bunch of old California trains or something, like rusted fucking trains, to Peru. And the way that they framed it is that they're sending it as if it's out of the goodness of their own will. But no, California is selling it. It's selling it at basically regular price to Peru, despite the fact that they've been used for like 20, 30 years and they're
Looney
down.
Tunes ass push carts, yeah.
Yeah, exactly right. It's fucking ridiculous. The general TLDR of all this is these are incredibly base developments, but it's still very early. Just because multipolarity has begun, it's still a snowball. It hasn't become the full avalanche, let's say. But that day is coming. And contending with the American reaction to this, which will be violent and thrashing and catastrophic for the world in one way or another, that will be like the next following step to deal with after the institution and development of multipolarity.
A way to finish off on a fucking high note.
Baby.
We all gonna die! Okay, no,
I mean, socialism or barbarism, it's like, oh, the contradictions are sharpening. It's gonna be socialism. It's gonna be fucking barbarism.
Give the piggies some hope. Let the piggies have their hope.
I'm gonna barbarize! Oh, don't barbarize! Do not barbarize. If you have money, donate to our Patreon, and everything that is left, build a bunker, okay? Build a bunker now.
You directly support multipolarity by investing in the D program. Look, I promise you, we'll form ourselves into an LLC, and then we will list ourselves in the Chinese what's it called, fucking the pling pling plung plung. I can't fucking speak.
The stock exchange.
The stock exchange.
Yeah, you will be able to buy in at a very low cost. Because you have previously been patrons, which will be redefined
Get in at the
as
ground
original
floor.
investors.
Exactly
Absolutely.
right. Yeah. Oh my god, we will be the official spokespeople of the Chinese Communist Party. I hope you understand. So
absolutely. Well, thank you, boys, for those beautiful rundowns. Dear viewers, if you have forgotten, this is an episode about liberalism in general. So I'm going to move away from de-dollarization and talk about the stuff that you're probably a bit more familiar with day to day. We're going to talk about the inherent instability of the kind of feel-good liberalism of the 21st century. So when you think of Western talking points, you know, when they're trying to sell their regime, particularly talking points from the United States, what comes to mind? Usually it's like the importance of human rights, the sanctity of self-determination and democratic principle. Burgir, of course, yes.
Exactly.
Individual freedom, economic opportunity, equality, respect for the environment, depending, rule of law, stuff like that. And now that's all well and good, but there is a problem. There's this inherent contradiction between holding these values and also, on the other hand, being firmly committed to the continuation of capitalism. How so? Well, you just look at what capitalism requires, right? Endless accumulation and ever greater profits. That's the only way the system works. How does capitalism achieve these things? by sacrificing those lofty ideals that liberals claim to hold. When capital is threatened, the liberal ruling class, more burger, yes.
No burger.
I'm just going to agree with you every time. Yeah.
I love you.
When capital is threatened, the liberal ruling class always, 100% of the time, sides with capital, even when those supposed principles are for the other side. So when kids show up at government offices to demand an end to fossil fuel use, they're ridiculed, they're kicked out, so Biden can approve new oil drilling plans. When journalists expose the truth about the criminality of the military-industrial complex, they'll hunt those journalists to the ends of the earth. When banks take advantage of people with predatory lending and eventually implode, the government is there to bail not average people out, right? Not the people whose lives were ruined, but the banks and their rich executives. When democratic liberation movements crop up anywhere in the world, literally anywhere, and threaten to cut into Western profits, even a little bit, the U.S. launches coups, color revolutions, or just straight up assassinates the leadership to maintain their economic stranglehold. And now, most visibly what's going on now, when hundreds of thousands of people rally against genocide, Joe Biden and his Western European counterparts double down on funding the extermination campaign. In every single instance where labor or the left or just average people are opposed to capital, the liberal ruling class shrugs and they stop pretending to give a shit about silly things like human rights or democracy. They will always do whatever they have to ensure the survival of the economic system that they benefit from. Not terribly difficult to understand, right? It's not necessarily because they're evil, though there are plenty of ghouls in the halls of power, both government and corporate, but it's because that's what the profit motive demands. This is the behavior that is required. And when people get wise to this and say, hey, hold on a sec, I thought we cared about upward mobility for the little guy. I thought we cared about the environment. When things start to heat up a little bit, the government mouthpieces trot out the same lines they always do. Oh, this is the beauty of democracy. People are divided on the path the country should take. In a beautiful system like ours, big changes take time while we work things out together, right? This incrementalism is the name of the game for them. Now, every once in a while, the working class might get a crumb tossed their way. Maybe a law that forces companies to let you opt out of data collection. That's a recent thing. Or maybe a bump in your state's minimum wage. Just enough to release a little bit of the pressure that's building up among the unwashed masses. And
after 30 years of agitation, just so that it's literally like the same amount in real wage afterwards.
Yeah, they just bring you up to where it should have been X amount of years ago. And again, like we're seeing fewer and fewer concessions because why? We don't have an alternative in like the Soviet Union knocking on Europe's door saying, hey, why do they consume more calories per capita? Why do they consume more artistic shows and theater and stuff per capita? So now without that possibility of a better life, they're just like, we'll just twist this valve a little bit every 20 years and adjust the minimum wage to, 50% of inflation. People are like, yeah, we did it. We won. You didn't win. Yeah. It's important to note that these concessions, by the way, they're never going to truly threaten capital, and they can be taken away at any time because we don't really have organized labor. These things are just a distraction, right? It's a release valve operated by people with net worths in the millions and billions. These people can never do anything that would undermine the primacy of capital, or they lose. And when it comes to existential crises like climate change, that is exactly what's called for. We need stuff where capital isn't the main driver to deal with a problem of that magnitude. So under capitalism, we pretty quickly find...
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't work like that. There's no moral judgment to be made there. It's just the way the system works. Like you can't do both. So we find this irreconcilable problem when it comes to the relationship between capital and the rights of the many, whether that's democratic rights, whether that's solving massive problems like climate change. They butt heads. It just doesn't work. So when we get to the point where the average person realizes that liberalism offers nothing but empty gestures, renaming streets and wearing African clothes instead of fixing over-policing or the for-profit carceral system, like we saw with in the aftermath of the BLM protests, or saying they respect women's rights, but they enable a genocide where women and children are the main victims, where women are having to have C-sections without anesthesia, where hygiene products are impossible to get. And it's when they say they care about the environment, but each successive president approves more oil and fracking projects. When all of this stuff becomes clear to the people living under this system, then liberalism faces a crisis. And where does it turn when capital is threatened with wolves at the door? Every time it turns to fascism. Every single time. Like, open a history book, every single time. Liberalism will always collapse because it cannot handle this core contradiction between these lofty ideals and the nature of capitalism. And when it collapses, because socialism threatens capital and fascism does not, the liberals will run crying into the arms of people who will attempt to sell the population on myths of white replacement, of hordes of immigrants coming to steal their jobs and their daughters, of the enemy over there threatening your freedom, so we need to go exterminate them, or of the enemy within that we need to purge to get back to a mythical golden age of capitalism. And while this is happening, the old liberal regime, those not already absorbed into the fully fascist one, they'll just stand in the corner like a cuck waiting for the fascists to give back the keys to power after the crisis has passed. And that's not how it works. Like, if you open a history book, again, doesn't usually turn out that way. So it's this is the stuff we need to keep in mind. It's a multifaceted thing, as each of my esteemed colleagues have elucidated for you. But this is the bit that you're probably the most aware of. So look for it, right? You'll see as these crises, as these contradictions sharpen, you're going to see more and more of this, where people are beginning to realize, oh, this system doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for me personally, the guy who voted for Trump. Why is my life getting worse? So this is... That's it. That's all there is to it. Again, and I've mentioned this last couple episodes, but I've never in my life have I seen people after an election so somber on both sides. It's very interesting to see. And I think some of the statistics that Hakeem shared with us, I think some of the stuff that Ugopnik elucidated at the beginning of the show, really goes a long way towards explaining why that's happening.
That's why this episode, I believe, would be very, very good to potentially send to some of your friends that might be confused on why does everything feel not even necessarily wrong, just like you're constantly being lied to.
Changed.
And at this point, it's like so in your face that you can't even just cope it away or call it out for, just, politicians being politicians. Hypocrisy always dominates everything. It's no longer like that thing over there that you're pointing to. It's now in your homes. It's in your workplaces. It's in your families. It's interacting with your children. And don't even get me started on what it's doing, again, from the Western perspective, abroad. So I think it would be a very decent one to send. I don't know, clip out the intro where we do skull measuring. For some of your more reactionary friends. Oh man, these guys are very based, bro. Look.
With all that being said, today we've had a very thorough conversation. Some of it superficial, some of it deep. Hopefully all of it entertaining and informative. Again, I would like to say that without you guys, our Patreon supporters, we would not be able to do any of this. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts for all your support, all your kind words, and all your fun little art and gestures.
The art
that you send us.
Beautiful.
Gorgeous, and really makes our days, genuinely. We would especially like to thank our Habibi tiers, but thanks to everybody else, of course. If you are interested in joining the Patreon, then click the link in the description. Patreon.com/DDprogram, I believe, right? Yes?
Yeah, you got it this time, baby. Well done. We've trained him.
It took 2 years.
He can learn.
Yeah. 2 years of doing this. Thank you. Yeah. Good job.
Thank you. I'm bowing. Yes, exactly. And you get extra episodes, bonus episodes. You get extra content of other forms. You
Everything
get access
very
to
early.
Exactly right. Early episodes. I always forget early episodes.
It's the biggest fucking seller. Every time I'm sitting here, I'm fucking shaking.
Sorry,
no,
you're our ad guy. I don't even know why the fuck I'm doing it. But anyways, the access to the Discord server with fantastic people on the Discord server, as well as the Habibi chats, in which you can talk with us for once monthly, lovely discussions and questions and whatnot. With all that being said, this has been the Deprogram. I'm Hakeem.
I'm JT.
I'm Ugopnik.
It's gonna be fucking socialism. Let's go.
Oh, I root for the barbarism.
Hey, of course, you go be puffin'. All right, boys.
Puffin.
I was gonna ask you, what have you eaten today?
Oh my God, food conversations again. Jesus fucking Christ.
Please.
You want to know what the American ate? I'll tell you what I ate.
Enlighten, please.
I had some leftover pasta, which was fine. I just whipped up a quick butter garlic sauce for it. And then I was like, I'm still hungry. I want something sweet. So I bust out my special Jigglypuff mug.
Oh, yes.
And then I get some mint chocolate chip ice cream.
Of course.
And I eat a lot of it.
And somehow you maintain your beautiful figure.
150, baby, always.
Incredible riveting conversations here on the D program. Afterwards, we're going to talk about the weather and then a little bit about what the temperature is like, etc., etc.
Well, we were talking about before we're recording. What we were talking about was how we plate things, right? And why would you take things out of one container to put into a nicer container when you put it out for guests or for yourself or whatever? And Hugo mentioned grandma made Ivar, and I was like, oh fuck, Ivar with some cheese and something smoked on like a toasted bread, like a toasted pita. Oh my God, absolutely. And I'm thinking up, and I keep talking about food, and the reason that is because it's almost midnight. And I have had a singular plum and some bits of kleches, like the date cookies. I've had two of the date cookies and a singular plum, despite having worked a full work day. Not even a full work day. I have worked more than a full work day. So that is...
okay, we now all feel bad. Thank you very much. Absolutely phenomenal. You are superior. You are the best.
I am not...
God.
No.
Doctor man. He saved 17 lives. Like, when he was out on his smoke break, he saw a child that was about to get run over by a car. He grabbed the child. He then refused to smoke. Like, the cigarette disappeared from his hand. He turned into Spider-Man, jumped on top of the building, stabbed an IDF soldier, and then joined us here for the D program. Absolutely. Speaking of stabbing objectively bad people, did you guys hear? It's like very, very fresh news. Andrew Tate's Hustler University got stabbed, but by hackers. Apparently, some trans hackers hacked that shit. Apparently, there was over 300,000 subscribers. He was making over 5.6 million from basically hustling on people that wanted to be hustlers. But the hackers... Absolutely. Awesome. The hackers were ridiculous. Like, now you have widely available over 300,000 email addresses of some of the most smooth-brained people on planet Earth that most definitely like phishers and scammers are going to utilize to send them stuff. Like, obviously, don't do this, beautiful listener, but if you send emails to 300,000 of these people with basically a fake product for penis enhancement, for example, at least 10,000 out of those 300,000 will most likely click and buy your thing. And if you sell that stuff for even $5, even for $5, you obviously close down the website after 3 weeks and you run away. And most likely a lot of them will be okay with buying in crypto from you, so it's completely untraceable. You're 50K plus from absolutely nothing, and it's mostly chuds that you're conning out of $5, so you probably are going to be good. But no, the hackers were really fun. They went inside, and this guy was so lazy that the website he basically made, this university thing, it's like a rip-off of Discord. So you basically pay $50 a month to be on a Discord channel, and then you have to stay there for 3 months in order to get the option to pay on top of that in order to, for example, private message other members. So it was a very good pyramid scheme shit. But just like in Discord, you can open the emote bar and shit. Sure. And the hackers changed all the emotes with just trans flags and LGBTQ flags. And you know how you can put letters, but the letters one next to another. It said stuff like Andrew Tate is a beautiful gooner gay man. Andrew Tate bussy, Andrew Tate bussy, Andrew Tate bussy. I would have just paid not millions, at least $100 to watch the reaction live of all of those 300,000 strong chuds on the website. Their private chats are leaked. Absolutely everything. Right now, it's in like these like hackers in chat are gonna lose their fucking minds, probably. Basically in Word files. And I'm sure in the next couple of months, we will have people that will take the time out of their day to properly compile those for everybody to search and scroll through. And I am just so incredibly excited for this like premium level chud content that is going to be fucking milkable for months. Probably we might, I suggest doing a shitpost episode on it.
Absolutely.
It is going to be absolute fucking gold. But yes, respect to the hackers. What an incredible time to be alive. Andrew Tate, Gooner bro for life, bro.
Extraordinaire.
Leaked. All three of us were members.
Absolutely. This is a Hustler University what's it called? Production.
Welcome to Comrades University. Here we teach you how to, Lord. But unfortunately, like probably there's at least like 1,000 people in there that like subscribed as a meme to like see what the fuck is up with it or for content or some shit. So their stuff is also leaked. That's unfortunate. But unless you've posted like deranged and fucked up things, I've seen some screenshots. It's like they have, for example, a sub tab where it's like lifestyle flexing, and it's dudes like that wore a suit for the first time, and they are like taking a selfie and I'm like, I feel classy, fuck swag, hashtag grinding that goal. I'm like, dude, it's not 2015 anymore. Holy shit, absolutely incredible. There's like posts like, today I went
on something.
Sorry. There was one post I saw. Today I went to sauna for first time. I realized that this is a place where only true real men go. This is what separates the pussies from the real bros. I went in 95 degrees, and I know, and then jumped into cold water. Guy discovered banya, and he somehow making it into like a toxic thing. Like, how are you making sauna into this is a hyper masculine thing, bro?
You know, grandmas like slap themselves with the wicker leaf things.
Canes,
You have 95-year-old women chilling in these fucking saunas. What do you? Oh my god!
And it's actually like it's so ridiculous because like to choose the banya to display this sort of like backwards logic is absolutely hilarious because it's like literally you get to be borderline butt naked with your bros, a very sensitive, relatively intimate moment with a bunch of motherfuckers slapping the shit out of you with leaves. You know, you get to see your bro shiver. It's like a nice non-toxic bonding moment for those who might be a little bit uncomfortable with their bodies or with like spending a lot of time with other dudes or whatever. It's a great. And somehow he turned it into you need to be big, strong Chad man to go into very warm and then go into very cold. Like like it's the innate cringe, the innate cuckoldry is absolutely fascinating to me. Like if there was like a PhD in the Andrew Tate fan brain, I would have two. I would dedicate my life.
You know, these are the same kind of dudes that have perpetually iced water. It's like if you were to hand them a lukewarm glass of water, they're gonna be like, I can't fucking drink this. You just oh my god.
Can we scam these people though? Can we scam these people? Like,
I mean, you go give us the templates. You know.
I'll come back to you boys with some ideas.
You can do some really good brainstorm. There's like now you have email lists even of the most ultra premium people, the guys that are so unhinged but also have so much money that they would give him like $10,000 packages where he could like they could meet with him, like insane fuckers. But with those lists, you will know that they definitely have money. So if you hit them up, for example, let me give you another con. So he created a cryptocurrency called Daddy or something, which, by the way, you do not get to sue Andrew Tate if you got conned out of your money because you bought a coin called Daddy from Andrew Tate. Like, I can't believe I'm defending Andrew Tate, but like if Andrew Tate cons you out of a coin called Daddy, like you respectfully deserve.
You deserve it. Yeah.
But like you can just hit up the rich guys and be like, yo, Daddy coin just dropped real hard. look how cheap it is with like a screenshot of current daddy price, and then you literally create, because you can, you create a fake coin that's just called Daddy Dot or Daddy One or Daddy X, and those guys, because they're so fucking dumb, in the speed, they're gonna go and like buy up like $10,000 of the fucking coin, and if you get like 100 of those dudes, you immediately sell all your shit. Money, like there's so many ways. There's so many ways, and like nobody's hurt except a bunch of chuds. So God bless. And we do not endorse absolutely any of this. This is not advice.
Certainly
It's not
not.
financially advice. This is just theoretical conversations about crypto by 3 certified crypto bros here at the deprogrammed.com. Buy Deprogram Bitcoin right now. No, what would our coin be called? Probably DPRGX or something.
DPRK. Who's called DPRK coin?
Willkommen zusammen zum different podcast. Hello everyone, and welcome to yet another episode of the Deprogram. Today we return with the most original show that has ever been created. A bunch of dudes on a podcast, sitting around, reading the news, and then commenting on the news. I'm joined today by Slurp Bofa, also known as JT, and Theory Man, also known as Hakeem. We have many interesting topics we will cover with you on this fine day, but before we begin, we would like to say thank you very much to all our wonderful patrons, without whom none of this would be possible. Check out the link below, support our show so that we can stay as beautifully ad-free and independent as possible, and in return you get crazy fucking shit you haven't seen on any other Patreon, like early episodes, exclusive episodes. Oh, what is this? Another exclusive episode, potentially too? Holy shit. Chatting with yours truly, literally the God Kings of crypto, me, Hakeem, and JT, directly on Discord, and access to our Discord channel as well, where again you can make crazy money off of crypto and see our beautiful large hogs. Anyway, boys, welcome to yet another episode of Send Nudes. Take it away.
In China news, China finds shit ton of gold.
Incredibly based.
Yeah, they just kind of lucked into about 83 billion USD worth of gold.
You know, it's the meme. It's like, do nothing, keep winning. Do nothing, keep winning.
Honestly, they're just like out, I don't know, videotaping pandas at one of their zoos, saying he really embodies the Sichuan spirit. And they find this $83 billion worth of gold, but it's in Hunan province near a big geological park. China was already the #1 gold producer in the world as of last year.
Gold producer? They were making gold?
Yeah,
I knew everything made in China is worse. You see, they produce gold, fake gold. China,
But they accounted for 10% of the world's output, which was pretty significant. This find, because they still weren't entirely self-sufficient, they still had to import quite a bit of gold. This large find will help at least make China more self-sufficient in gold, which will make it harder in turn for the U.S. to hurt them economically via sanctions and such, which is great, very good. It's been a good year overall for China just finding cool shit. They also found one of the world's largest oil reserves in March. There was an estimated 60 billion barrels worth in the Bohai Sea. They also found about 5 million tons of rare earth metals in September. And these discoveries are not entirely random. I'm joking that they're just stumbling across them, but they are actually the fruit of China's current 5-year development plan, which aims to expand domestic reserves of strategic resources, which is a very good
actively
move.
Searching for this shit. It didn't just randomly pop up. This is a long-term strategy of them trying to utilize as many of the domestic resources as their territory can offer. Okay.
Yeah, especially as the United States flails and just continues like a sanction. They're like, okay, we're just gonna, we're gonna do our best to rely on what we've got domestically. And clearly the plan's going pretty well with how much they've managed to find and insulate themselves.
That's the positive of, industrializing a bit later than your main competitor, because the U.S., obviously the U.S. is very rich when it comes to oil, but they started exploiting it almost before absolutely anybody else. And we've reached a point in which, for example, domestic U.S. Oil reserves are so low when it comes to them working on the fucking quote unquote oil fields that it's almost all fracking at this point, where like fucking oil pumping machines from the 60s and 70s still continuously operating in these like desolate areas of Texas and shit. I don't know where it was, like some of the most like dystopian looking shit. You can look at it from Google Maps, like the main like rooting out of every single dead dinosaur out of the ground. But yeah, but my basic premise is you see, because of that discrepancy, it's very interesting because we're now China has like a lot of stuff that it hasn't even discovered, but ironically, because of so-called market efficiency in getting resources out, because mostly private interests, the U.S. is at like exiting the door, while China is only entering it when it comes to utilizing their domestic resources. But then again, America just goes to Hakim's house and is like, okay, you're online.
Exactly right.
Knock, knock, knock.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Two interesting developments I was gonna say. That really worked for China Saver in this is, number one, when it comes to the gold thing, one of the big fears that, if you follow the news in these particular spheres, one of the big fears that the American financial system has is that maybe China will decide to institute some sort of gold-backed yuan currency for either trade in fuel, like oil and whatnot, or for settling debts, or for general involvement of the trade balance stuff that they've been doing around the world, Belt and Road Initiative type stuff. Either one of these things is dangerous because they can't then devalue it the way that they can devalue other kinds of currencies through ad hoc mechanisms. Of course, China is already difficult to kind of fuck with their currency because they have a fairly strong central bank, and it's in the hands of the central government as well. But likewise, China has a dedicated policy of maintaining a certain devaluation of their currency so that all their exports are still competitive. But the next thing is the Strait of Malacca, which has the like 80 or 90% of Chinese of the oil that China gets from
Strait of Malacca? Malacca! Don't you know the Greek? Hey, Malacca! Sorry. For all the Greek listeners that probably react to the same way. Strait of Malacca, Strait of... what was Malacca? Wait, 1 second. Sorry, I'm completely derailing this. Malacca, Greek, 1 second. It means... Malacca
Friend,
is...
no?
Commonly used profane Greek slang word with variety of different meanings, but literally meaning man who masturbates. So, the Strait of Gooners.
Gooner Strait, brother.
The Strait of Gooners, exactly right. The Strait of Gooners.
And I love how
where
Hakim was like friend, because like we are friends and we routinely
of course we goon sesh together.
Mutual aid each other's cocks.
Absolutely. Oh my god, glaze me up, boy.
This is why the people listen.
Yeah, exactly right. But anyways, yeah, so up to I think 80 or 90% of Chinese oil imports coming from the Gulf go through the Strait of Malacca, which is a kind of one of these the Gooner Strait, yes, which is one of these choke points for potential like confrontation in the future. So the idea is that it would be very expedient to have their own sources without they wouldn't require to have transferred from Russia or wherever else. So very nice geopolitical developments. It seems like the decades will be happening within days, very
weeks,
soon.
Yeah.
So very interesting.
That's great. Yeah, good for China. Congrats again, President Xi. You may still fire when ready, but please do send a helicopter for me first. For the market heads, one last thing. The price of gold has surged this year amidst obvious geopolitical tension and inflation. It's currently up about 28% since the beginning of the year. So if you got gold, you're sitting pretty.
Oh, yeah, exactly right. I love it. All right, let's quickly transition from the one story that I'm going to cover today, and it's because it's going to take probably a bit of time. And it is the developments in Lebanon. I'm not going to talk about the ceasefire. That I'll leave to my beautiful baby boy JT. But I'm going to talk about the military developments. Okay, so For those who don't remember, just a little while back, a month and a half-ish ago, Israel decided that they want to do some nonsense with Lebanon. They want to do a Lebanon War II Electric Boogaloo after they had their asses handed to them in 82 and 2000, 2006.
I'm sorry, it was a short-term special military incursion, okay?
Exactly right, yeah. I love it. I love how the war drums were beating, and then they got their asses handed to them. The first foot they got, they stepped into Lebanon. They're like, oh, no, this is a small scale. This is an excursion. This is a, my God.
Yeah, just testing the waters.
Exactly right. Anyway, so generally, the thing that's been happening is that they are stuck at the border. A lot of analysts at first are like, oh, the Israelis must be biding time before invading into Lebanon. No, that's not what's happening. They can't actually get into Lebanon because they keep getting their asses handed to them. Just to give you a rough topographic and geographic overview of Lebanon, Lebanon is a very highly mountainous country. It's very difficult to traverse it through normal military, mechanized military maneuvers, which is how normal militaries occupy territory. You can't just send in infantry and then hope for the best, right? You have to have air power and also mechanized infantry, which means armored personnel carriers and tanks and whatever the fuck to move ahead.
Max.
Exactly right. Exactly right. To provide for to protect forward positions and to penetrate even deeper into the land. Thing is that when you have mountains and valleys and whatnot, you can't really do this. So there's only so many areas that you can use to go into Lebanon. Because of this, Hezbollah and other resistance factions have known that Israel wants to go into Lebanon, so they've been preparing for the good part of 2 decades. Exactly where the ambush points are, where the retreat patterns, how to attack retreat patterns, so on and so forth. Everything that needs to be done is already pre-prepped, and they've been succeeding glowingly, and I'll enter into that in a second. But because of this significant issue, the only thing that they can do is kind of ride up along the coast all the way to Beirut, which is what they did last time, both in the 80s and in 2000. Interesting note, it took them 6 days, I think, in the 80s to reach Beirut. It took them a month to reach Beirut in 2000, or 2006, excuse me. They have not been able to get in deeper than a single kilometer into Lebanon.
Wow.
This entire period. Now, why is this? What is it? That's
it's a combo. It's a combo. But
exactly
proves
right,
over the decades. Yeah,
exactly right. These 65,000 Israeli soldiers that are amassed along the border, which is a huge concentration of forces, particularly for Israel, are prevented, of course, by the terrain, but more specifically, they're prevented by the fact that every time they do get in, they get ambushed by ghosts. Essentially, is what they refer to it as the reviving ghosts. Basically, because ambushes, people come up from the ground, smoke a bunch of IDF soldiers, and then just disappear into the ether, and these people don't know what fucking hit them. That's more than just the complete destruction of their armored personnel carriers and their tanks and whatnot. Let me give you a rundown of the things that have been just the losses since October 1st, right?
Please.
We are recording November 26th, so it's been basically no time has passed. These are losses that have happened on Lebanese soil. Right, or on the border, basically. This does not include Israel, what's going on in Israel. This doesn't include what's going on in the air, so on and so forth. This is just on Lebanese land.
It's
since October 1st.
Backwatch.
Exactly
Jesus,
right. There's been over.
Clip this. Ah, fuck.
Incredibly
God,
based.
Eat my ass.
Incredibly based. War criminals should die. Yes. Anyways, you don't want to get clapped. Don't invade another country. How about that?
Yeah.
Anyways, so over 110 are killed. Alhamdulillah. This includes officers and soldiers. Again, alhamdulillah. Over 1,050 have been wounded. Alhamdulillah. This also includes officers and soldiers. Alhamdulillah. There are 48 Merkava tanks so far that have been destroyed. These are Hezbollah figures, by the way. Hezbollah does not lie and does not exaggerate their numbers. But also, their accounting can be missing because you don't exactly know. You may have shot 2 people. One of them that you
not
shot.
Walking around with a clipboard.
Exactly right. You shot the second dude. He fell over, but you're not 100% certain that he died, so you just count it down as a injured. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the most likely number is higher than 110 killed, but just we're sticking by their numbers. 110 killed, over 1,000 wounded. 48 Merkava tanks destroyed. These Merkava tanks range between $5 and $10 million a pop, and that's without all the extra, what do you call it when you get a car and then you get all the extra add-on stuff?
Mm-hmm. Extras. Oh, like the extra
fully
packages. Yeah,
the package, the fully loaded. Yeah, exactly right. These aren't even. I'm not even mentioning about the fully loaded Merkavas, which adds
how many does one cost? 2 to 5 million.
5 to 10. 5 to 10.
5 to 10.
Merkava.
That is 10 20 for an average spec. That is 30 brand new G classes for all my Balkan listeners. Okay, 30 brand new G classes in one, bro. Holy.
Huh? And JT for the American audience.
How many cheeseburgers is that?
The 1 kilometer that they managed to get into before they retreated. How many football fields is that?
I don't know.
Actually, let me look it up. How many football fields in a kilometer? Oh wow, a football field is 1/10.
Football fields.
Excuse me. One is 1/10 a kilometer, so 10 football fields. They managed to go in 10 football fields and then ended up getting immediately having their asses handed to them.
That's
Anyways,
like back in my college days, I could not walk even one football field back to campus.
Exactly
But
right.
I was one man fighting the ghosts of
alcohol.
Of alcohol and slipping over and bleeding to death.
Exactly right. Anyways, I'm not done. So the tanks aside, this is already hundreds of millions of dollars, if not even more, that have been lost. Of course, all gifts from JT's tax dollars. So thank you, JT.
You're welcome.
Thank you for sending military equipment to Lebanon on Israeli wheels so they can be destroyed, and then create more jobs for American industry to repair said. Exactly right. Anyways, 9 military bulldozers destroyed. Now, why would first of all, bulldozer? Why would that be on a military site? Wait, military bulldozers? Yes, that's because Israel is the only country on earth that has puts military armor on bulldozers because they're a settler colonial force. They want to destroy everything that they come across. So they enter into a village and then they go destroying churches and mosques and just people's homes and shit. And then, by the way, like cowards, because they don't want to get out of their armored vehicles, they just fucking retreat after they destroy shit, or they go in and rig up a fucking building, blow it up, and then leave. Right, without any strategic point, just vandalism, military vandalism.
For the TikTok.
Or when they're like so-called hyper successful with them, they go back home and they say that they cannot sleep because they've seen countless corpses get mangled up underneath the bulldozer. So they become vegan, and then a month later they kill themselves. And CNN writes incredible and New York Times papers about how we should feel really bad about poor genocide, man.
I support.
God damn.
This
censor
is
that.
an area.
1,000,000%. This is no. You have JT. You have to censor that.
I will.
Really do.
I will.
You really do.
This is an area the 5-year plan is lacking. All right. I want to see. That's the TikToks they should be making.
As a deprogrammed PR guy, I'm sweating so much right now. I am sweating piss out of my fucking eyes.
It's gonna be the longest bleep I've ever done.
All right. Anyways, moving on to the destruction that's happening. As I mentioned, 9 military bulldozers, 2 Humvees, 2 armored vehicles, 2 personnel carriers. As mentioned, this is not counting things happening in Israel. This is not counting the Hermes drones that fly above Lebanon the entire time to get basically reconnaissance and information. Thing is that Hezbollah has gotten very good at bringing down these multi-million-dollar Hermes drones to the point that they're kind of like even ineffective somewhat in flying them over. Now, you might be wondering also, many other countries use like aircraft for surveillance, and many other countries also send like planes to carry out their business. The reason is because they're cowards. The Israeli Air Force will not send aircraft with people in it. With pilots in them, because number one, they're going to get shot down, and number two, they might get captured. And there's such cowards. They're like, no. We just need to be able to go barely approach the Lebanese border and then fire missiles and then just quickly turn around and go back to base. So that's the kind of
blow
caliber.
up some apartment buildings.
Exactly right. That's the kind of caliber of cowardice we're dealing with here. So they can't deal with anything but sending in these Hermes drones that keep being taken down, which is beautiful. This is only superseded by the Yemeni taking down of the flagship American drone. I don't remember which one it is, but
is that the Reaper?
Yeah, the Reaper drones, exactly right. Yeah. Again, multi-million-dollar ones that they shoot out of the sky consistently. I love it. It's like several a month at this rate. There's like 1 or 2 or 3
crazy.
a month, and you do know like these are like $20 million, $10 million.
Yeah.
Like how many schools?
That's a lot
you
of
know what
burgers.
You know what I saw the other day? I saw a American teacher, like a classroom, and she had like a little container, and it was basically not like for tips, but it was like like school supplies
Yeah, donations to buy school supplies. Yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck? One of these drones.
Yeah.
Just one of these fucking drones would probably cover up the. Like, how much does a fucking stapler cost?
Yeah, most schools in the U.S. Yeah.
Jesus
A couple
Christ.
of those drones.
Fuck.
That's a fair trade.
Yeah. My God. Anyways, we're seeing also a severe morale faltering or failure in this. With the reason is because, of course, they're fighting ghosts. They don't know who they're attacking. And they keep getting their asses handed to them. But also it's because Hezbollah, despite them talking about they're striking their positions or we're reducing their capacity, nothing is, by the way, objectively shown. This is just propaganda statements. Hezbollah continues to strike deeper and deeper into Israel. They're now striking as deep as like central southern Israel, which is they can reach way farther, of course, but it's kind of like a tit-for-tat escalation. But now they're hitting air bases and military installations. Hezbollah only targets military installations. Civilians are not killed. If they're killed, then it's by pure coincidence and accident, unlike Israel, who directly
specifically targets civilians.
Yeah, exactly right. And hospitals and sanitation workers and healthcare workers and apartment
literally
buildings.
Everything on the war crimes list. Yeah,
exactly right. It's because they're impotent. They have no real gains on the battlefield, so they kind of have to rage like this and just fucking murder senselessly. But regardless, because of Hezbollah's deeper and deeper strikes, people are very unmotivated. People are refusing to serve or go into Lebanon. There are people who are gung-ho about going to Gaza and saying, I will not go into Lebanon. The desertion rate has exceeded 20% now, which is a unsustainable rate. That is there's a critical failure at that point in your military if your desertion rate exceeds 20%. The ultra-Orthodox, of course, continue to refuse enlistment, and many blessings should be showered upon the ultra-Orthodox, who every time they're there, they're like, oh, you brought us into this den of sin and secular filth, and then you're wondering why the world is turning on Israel when you don't follow the Torah, and you go and you invade and you kill all these people, and you're like, god damn, these people are based.
Yeah, they rock. And then they get beat up by Israeli cops.
Yeah. Exactly right, yeah. And they're like, oh, you fucking Zionists. I'm like, yeah, exactly right. It's nice to see, but no, these people are self-hating Jews, excuse me. Okay, these are anti-Semites. The people who are actually follow the Torah and actually practicing Jews, right? These people are anti-Semites. But the guy who doesn't believe in God, who from Brooklyn, who nonetheless believes that God told him that some house in the West Bank belongs to him, that guy, that guy is not... Anyways, moving on from that point, though. I'll give you a nice little a quote about the ambushes clapping them left and right. The former deputy commander of the Golani Brigade. The Golani Brigade is, by the way, one of the oldest brigades in Israel, and it's also an elite brigade. It's one of their crowning, the crowning.
They get very high.
Fixture of the Israeli military. Exactly right. Exactly right. Named after an occupied area, illegally occupied Syrian territory, the Golan Heights. Anyways, the deputy commander of the Golani Brigade, a brigadier general named Yoeli Or, he says that the losses are the largest since the brigade's establishment in 1948. So since the founding of the illegal settler-colonial entity, their losses have been never bigger. He says that half the casualties are leaders, including 22 officers, 37 non-commissioned officers, and corporals. Which is even sweeter words or noises to my ears. Now let me just walk you through the general trend of what has been happening with the incursions that Israel has been making, these 1 kilometer incursions in and then they retreat. Basically what happens is that they send in their, their creme de la creme, their best of the best. They send in these troops, they get bogged down like 500 meters in or something, and then they just start dying because, they start getting clapped. They call in for reinforcements, and reserve units are sent in to save them. This is like a rescue mission now. It's no longer, let's go into Lebanon, let's get these guys out of Lebanon. And these people get bogged down, and then they start dying. So Israel sends a third wave of dudes to go in and save the second wave. Another rescue operation. These people get bogged down again, and then they retreat. And then afterwards, when they're finally managed to scrape together some sort of retreat, the retreat is also ambushed. It's absolutely beautiful textbook that we love to see. And
do the thing on that one as well.
Yeah, exactly. And if you want to know just for like the military history of this, in 2006, the Israeli incursion, illegal invasion, and attempted occupation of Lebanon in 2006 was lost by Israel in this exact same way. They sent in people They're best of the best with air support and everything, all that. They get ambushed, they get bogged down, they start dying, and then they send in wave after wave of people trying to save the second and the third and the fourth, and then afterwards they lose, and then afterwards
We gotta
they
get their comm.
Yeah. And then afterwards, American military specialists end up writing entire treatises about how could they have so fucked up, and they haven't learned a thing. They still do the same thing.
Yeah.
So superior in their ethnic supremacy, supposedly, that they apparently don't think that they need to learn anything. From their incursions. And the final point, which is also very pleasant to hear, the deeper and deeper strikes into occupied Palestine by Hezbollah have resulted in, each time this happens, they of course target military sites, and these military sites are hit, which are beautiful, but also at the same time, their air sirens go off. When they do go off, by the way, half the time they don't go off. A lot of people in central Israel know that Hezbollah is attacking when they hear the explosions, which is, of course, nice with all the THAAD system and Patriot system and the Iron Dome and David Sling, all this shit that they have, and it's all fucking paper tiger, of course, and it sends millions of these settlers into shelters, and I can imagine that is not very comforting for some guy who came 3 years ago from Brooklyn, where he's like, you know what, maybe I should go back to fucking Brooklyn now, or to whatever, Kiev or Moscow or Warsaw or wherever the fuck the 91% of immigrants to Israel or settlers in Israel since the 90s are from, mostly Eastern Europe or the former Soviet countries in North America. So that is my little sit rep, if you will, of Lebanon. They keep getting their asses handed to them, to the point that basically Netanyahu is swallowing the poison chalice and talking about ceasefire negotiations with Hezbollah, which, by the way, are so fucking ridiculous. We're gonna get into it. But it's so ridiculous that it's like, okay, Hezbollah will stop fighting us, but we can strike into Lebanon whenever we want. That's one of the It's a stupid. We'll get into it. Anyways, that's my point. That's my bit.
Absolutely, and it leads us exactly into the conversation about the ceasefire, which we did.
I think we might. I'm going to bed. I don't know, man. I didn't even hear what you said, man. Whispering, bro. Yeah, I kind of feeling that. I'm eating you. Well, stop abusing your thing. Kind of out of control. And what? I mean, are there 100? I didn't know there were 100 players still. No. That do not know. There might be. There's probably like 17 billion accounts, but yeah. I mean, we're talking humans. We only count humans in the population, Jared. Do you think there's more accounts? RuneScape. I bet you there's more RuneScape accounts than people on Earth, Jared. It's all the aliens? Is it all the drone flyers? Is that where it's from? That's it? Definitely more than Destiny. I didn't even hear who said this. Fucking psychotic. Just saying, I was nervous about a Super Bowl. I'm ready for the Super Bowl matchup. Oh, Justin's here. Bro. Yeah, that's what I do. NFL is, they'll ban me if no more strikes. I'm fine. What? You talking to me? I'll show you disrespect. I don't know. Hello, SpaghettiOs, man. I don't know that I would trust Amazon SpaghettiOs, but oh, really? They're the same? Not racist. Only TI drinks Arizona. American made. It really does have a lot. Oh. I have so many of these other ones anyway. What? RuneScape thing. No RuneScape things, Jared. Oh, I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry. I just assume it's RuneScape. I'm sorry, Jared. That's not good. party hat thing or whatever, or that cape, one of the capes. Hmm. $100 billion. What? Okay. Yeah, it would take me like a couple weeks to build that up. Maybe a year or two. Hmm. That's it? Oh. Because half the people playing that game are just bots, dude. They're just mining gold. Who would spend $5,000? Who would spend $5,000? How much is $1 billion worth? I had $1 billion. I'll sell that. I'm pretty sure I did. Oh well. Wait. Oh, should I have one? Should I crack open a cold one for the boys? I'll drink one. I'll drink two. Hmm. I'm not drinking a bottle.
But
I just Kyle. God, he's taking it for a son of a bitch. And I'm just
That's funny.
and I'm just like,
It's because you have her fucking radicalized too. Yes, you do. All you talk to her is about sports and shit. She like
Talk
keeps
to her
track of all
about,
the Pirates games
she
and the
does
Mets
that
games
by
and shit.
herself. I don't even. But yeah, and well, off the phone with you, I'm gonna find out.
Yeah, but Russ lost this fucking hard. I mean, they
That
were
might be true.
they were on track to join. I'm not joining you. No. Find school. Your clan? Dang. Yeah, is there fireworks going? The drones. Maybe the drones are attacking now. The anti-air is returning fire. What? If you guys go, let me know. I'll go. Yeah. Unless it's really cold. You were not. I mean, you should have texted me. Yeah. And yet I'm not banned. And I didn't say anything mean to our teammates. That was you. I didn't. Oh, you got banned. No, not that I'm talking to myself because I'm crazy. Yeah, I support that. Oh my. Oh. Lump of coal. Hey, you're not on the. You're on the naughty list. What list did you think you were on? Anyone's on the naughty list, man, it's you. If anyone's on the naughty list, it's you. Your voice comms banned in Valorant right now. You might be both. You don't know because you can't even queue. Well, we'll see. No, this nothing. Nah, they quit, man. Get on your alt account, Jared. Let's go. Your Valorant alt account. Let's go. We gotta carry, man. You were there? What do you mean you got banned? Of course you got banned. Oh. Oh my god. I did not, for the record, I didn't report. I did not report. Me? Oh yeah, you slept. Yeah. Oh, we still won. Yeah, we won. We all put on a fucking clinic last night. Except Sleepy Jared. League Jared is the only answer. From League too? Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah, you didn't even play. What? People are racist. You gotta wake up, Sherry. You can't be going to bed. Oh. Well, yeah, then take a nap. See you tomorrow. Want to see some? I'll put you to sleep. Okay, I'll put a Valorant time. See, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna pop off, and you're gonna be asleep, and you're gonna wake up and be like, "What happened?"
Lamar Jackson's mom cussing him out.
Music. Let's Okay, stream on. Go.
Match found.
Hey team, what's up, guys?
No one can hold that breath forever.
I'm hungry. Anyone hungry? Lunch on Brimstone after this.
Yo. Nothing. Actually, there's some. Yo, someone CB. Some of you got a CB.
Toxin screen down.
You're mid.
Put down. Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Viper 1 tag. 80.
One enemy remaining.
Spike down.
Spike down mid.
AFK.
Don't kill him. Just wait it, just wait it.
30 seconds left.
Why? Why would you do that?
I can feel the panic rising. Drive it
Now it counts as AFK. Yo, I should have seen it a lot. If I satcheled and killed him, maybe we would have got that. Are they not gonna remake?
Let's flush them out.
Oh, no remake.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Spike down A.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
For you. We're here because we're the best. Don't any of you forget that.
There. Poison orb emitting. Ciao. Poison's off.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Spike spotted mid. Grenade! Satchel out.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down. You choked on your own poison. Tragic. Oh, if only I could always feel like this.
Mid.
Spike down B.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off. Careful. Here. Poison orb emitting.
One enemy remaining. Spike
Poison's
down
off.
B. Flawless.
That is basically a teammate base.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet?
Isolate and exterminate.
Oh, I breach is back locking.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Watch out mid. Yo. Going A.
One down.
Spike planted.
Push, bro, push.
Last player standing.
Get out of my way.
Watch left.
Gear up, stay safe. We're going back in.
Careful.
Fire in the hole!
Toxins going up. Help. Toxin screen down.
Spike planted.
Yo, Jet, gun swap.
I know exactly
Jet,
where you are.
kick my off.
Bro, you're so fucking loud, bitch.
Poison orb emitting.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Ultimate is ready.
Here, get the op.
You're better.
Up top. I'll buy you.
The spike is diffused.
Come on.
Race into the spike sites.
I mean, A.
Headshot. Enemy spotted A.
Toxins going up.
Enemy spotted A.
Toxin
down, well
screen down.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Toxin screen down.
Spike is A.
Not recharged yet. Make them beg.
Can I get a drop?
Viper, can you go?
Thanks.
Let's choke them.
Train harder.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Plenty
Spike planted.
Welcome to my world.
Last player standing.
Annihilated. Watch them go.
Anyone have any splints? I may have jammed my fingers. Multiple fingers.
Need this.
Here.
Where's
Here.
Yo, Jay, you there?
I will be their nightmare.
Toxins going up.
One down. Reloading.
Gun here.
Blocking sight.
Reloading.
Hey.
Off your feet!
Last player standing.
Remember, nobody's a hero when they're crying for air.
Half by. Yo, Jay, equal with us.
We go together, Sabine.
Viper will lay.
Enemy spotted A.
Someone spotted A.
Toxins going up.
One down.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Blocking sight. Blocking sight. No charges left. I know What must be done? Fire in the hole! That worked great!
Toxins going up.
Peach right there.
Toxin screen down.
One enemy remaining.
Yo, Sage, you good? Sage?
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Sage.
30 seconds left.
Bro, this is not how lag lives.
Toxins going up.
Oh, no, 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 don't rest, don't rest.
Spike planted.
It's 2v1 and he's low.
No need for this.
Last round in the half.
Spend everything. We keep nothing.
Can I get a drop?
Viper buy, last round. Plus.
Thanks.
I need this.
Oh, for real? Oh, yo, Jet, take the up. I'll go judge.
Anyone have funds to spare?
Keep up.
Thank you.
Don't get in my way. Here.
I know exactly where you are.
Fucking dogs.
Spike planted. Last player standing. Switching sides.
They're going to scatter from my stuff. Super easy to pick up. don't dance.
Toxins going up. Enemy spotted B. Toxin screen down.
Reload.
Heal. Sage, you're up here.
Can you break that wall?
Reloading. Grenade.
In the smoke behind you.
Get out of here.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Once more into battle. I'm not tired. Are you?
Reloading.
Continue to overwhelm them.
Yo, someone takes. I'm gonna push this.
Toxins going up. Enemy spotted A. Our spike carrier's killed.
Spike down A.
Oops, I got the spike. Toxin screen down.
One enemy remaining.
Yo, Phantom on the water.
Aw, thought you'd try harder.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again. Can I get a drop? Can someone get this?
Viper.
Can
I
someone
want to buy
get
here. This is our bonus.
I'll buy an extra no matter what, even if I can't buy.
Yeah, well, we're not buying this round. No one should be buying for us.
Let's make some chaos. Reloading. Enemy spotted A.
Drop the spike.
No, walk.
Good attempt.
Last player standing.
You're stuck.
Look for my shadows, they will hide you.
Mid to B.
Reloading. Reloading. Reloading.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Block the sight.
Shadows traveling.
Reload.
One enemy remaining.
Wall raised. Healing.
Last player standing.
Ultimate is ready. Your duty is not over.
What?
Let go for a second. Their backs will be towards at least one of us.
Breathe deep. Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Enemy spotted A.
Toxins going up.
Give me those back. Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Toxin screen down.
Maybe.
Spike planted.
Last enemy taken
Poison
out.
orb emitting. Who to smother first?
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go mid to B top and let's see where we go from there. Wow.
Toxins going up. Careful. Toxin screen down.
Spike drop. I have the spike.
Toxins going up.
80 Viper.
He's kind of walled me off and he's messed up every single round. There's not a single round where he's got it right. Like every single round he's fucked up.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
One enemy remaining.
Not recharged yet.
Thirty seconds left.
Didn't you?
For you.
Match point.
They're in the coffin. Time to bury them.
Fire in the hole! Spike carrier down.
Spike down B.
Silence.
Reloading.
Toxins going up.
Hey! Here comes the party! Cycle out.
Cover going out.
Enemy spotted B.
Don't get in my way. Toxin screen down.
Oh, your feet!
Not a fuel.
120 breach.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
One to one.
Woo! We got this. Can I get a drop?
Please, can you bomb? Probably gonna be the last round. Close.
I want to see you crawl. Toxins going up.
Enemy spotted A.
The hunt begins.
Toxin screen down. No fuel.
Last player standing.
Toxins going up.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
Reloading. Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
Toxins going up.
Here. Time to dust. My ultimate is ready.
Toxin planted.
Got
Not
him.
recharged yet.
One enemy remaining.
Gone. Poison orb emitting.
Attackers win.
You were only in my way. Poison's off.
toward the goal line, 20-yard run?
Yeah, I just thought we had a chance to go to the end zone, you know, and try to cut back and just got hit. And I think right before I hit the ground, the ball came out. It's unacceptable. It can't happen.
You looking for one more block there?
Yeah, I was kind of cutting off the block, and you know, just you know, I didn't want to slide there. You know, didn't want to slide. I felt like we could get in the end zone. I was, you know, trying to get a touchdown and go for it. They made a good play.
How tough was it to try to regain momentum after that play?
I thought we did a really good job of, you know, regaining the momentum. We kind of responded really well. You know, we had a chance, you know, even late in the game, and you know, the interception just hurt us. You know, it's just really two negative plays. You know, I think that we felt like I was seeing it well. I thought the guys made some really good plays. I thought, you know, guys were making great catches all night. I mean, Calvin, Pat, you know, just different guys were catching the ball, making plays. I thought the run game was what did a good job. I thought O-line was battling. You know, we knew it was going to be a tough fight throughout the end, and you know, they made 2 plays on us that were, you know, significant plays. You know, and unfortunately, you know, I can't let that happen.
It was that 5-play sequence at the start of the fourth quarter. You guys get stopped, and you guys didn't get the pick.
Today's adventure brings me to New Jersey, Atlantic City. My first time ever in this place. Well, I've been in Jersey before, but I've never been in Atlantic City before. That's the water tower. As the recording of this, it is Thursday, February 16th, 2023. I have just parked my rental car and now I'm walking over to the boardwalk, starting at the pier. Welcome everyone. Adam the Woo here. The squirrel's got its makeup on. Look at this. It's a big slice of pie. Now I've been to Asbury Park a few times, also, you know, a Springsteen, notable Springsteen place, but I've never been to this neck of the woods of Jersey before. Do not know why, I just never have. This is the boardwalk, right here. They have a Ferris wheel down there too. Got the manhole here, the electric, well it's not a manhole, it's just like electric, you know, platform. States the name Atlantic City. Got a little bit of a ghost sign up there. It says Irene's. Kind of one of the old buildings with the new buildings popping out from up above. This place is called the Bright Star Souvenir Shop, which right at the moment is closed. The Lucky Star is open, but the Bright Star is not, which is right here. But take a look at the little paintings on the windows. They're really cool. Here you have you got the little shirt down there. You got this one here selling t-shirts and postcards. This is Mr. Peanut right on the side of this one. There it is, the steel pier. I wonder if I could walk out on the steel pier. It doesn't look like anything's happening over there. And it looks like the answer to that is no. It says, sorry, we are closed. A couple guys that work here are back in there, but other than that, can't go over there. A lot of casinos here in town, obviously. It's pretty much a casino-driven city. You got Hard Rock Cafe, you got House of Blues down there, and other assorted ones. There's a big tower here. This place called the Showboat. Every time I see a pier like this that has attractions on it, I think of the Santa Monica Pier. Just going, being in LA, Southern California for so long and going to that pier. Stuff's still set up. Some of the theming and whatnot. You have this covering on the windows here, but if you just kind of go down just a little bit, you can see in there. As I walk back by here,
by friendly fire with a collision with Patrick Mahomes.
Yes, this one, Jared Wayne, like it's a friendly fire right there.
By friendly fire with a collision with Patrick.
The final experiment has finally happened. After half a year of hype, Will Duffy's band of globe defenders have performed what they deem a death blow to Flat Earth. So how did they do it? Did they find and measure the globe's mythical curvature? Did they film a convex horizon without using a fisheye lens? Did they circumnavigate in a perfectly straight line and return to their starting point? Or did they construct a demonstrable model of water sticking to a spinning ball? No. They didn't even attempt any of these things that flat earthers have actually called for and admitted would provide evidence for the globe. Instead, they made up their own straw man experiment and labeled it final, with the hope that their results would be the last words on the flat versus globe debate. Unfortunately for Will, and to the surprise of no flat earthers, the results of his experiment haven't changed people's minds and aren't the final words on anything. As I said would happen, back when this idea was introduced, in typical globe apologist fashion, the final experiment has conflated a celestial observation with our terrestrial foundation. They are attempting to claim that the motion of a light in the sky overhead somehow gives proof of the shape of the ground underfoot. Flat earthers warned them for months that this is simply a straw man argument that isn't going to convince any critical thinkers, but still they went ahead anyway. Now they have allegedly traveled to Antarctica during the southern summer to film the midnight sun, and succeeded in convincing no one in the flat earth community to go back to the globe. As Will was warned, it's analogous to inviting a contractor to measure the dimensions of your floor space, but instead of taking measurements of the floor, he climbs a ladder and starts measuring the recessed lights in the ceiling. Then, after doing some calculations and extrapolations based on his ceiling lighting measurements, he tells you definitively that your floor is a spinning ball. The only reason flat earthers have claimed there likely isn't a midnight sun in Antarctica is because there are countless clearly genuine videos of the phenomenon in the Arctic, and only a couple dubious, doctored ones claiming to show a 24-hour sun in the south. If this is such a common and easily filmed phenomenon, why has it taken this final experiment to finally get footage of it? The jury is still out as more videos from the final experiment trickle in, but already there are anomalies and issues surfacing. For example, notice the extreme change in shadow length that takes place as McToon from the final experiment paces around the base camp. In the space of walking no more than 10 to 20 meters, while the sun is still quite high overhead, his shadow somehow triples in length. This is more what would be expected from a large overhead studio light than a heliocentric sun 93 million miles away. Personally, I am quite skeptical of both the footage and the people involved in this final experiment, but time will tell, as it always does. Now, let's assume all the videos of the Antarctic sun filmed by the final experiment crew are all 100% genuine and filmed in the exact location and time claimed. This still makes no difference to Flat Earth. Whether or not they filmed an Antarctic midnight sun, still water remains level. The horizon remains flat, and there remains no measurable curvature. The Earth is still a level plane regardless of any solar observations. The motion of a light in the sky overhead cannot possibly prove the shape of the ground underfoot. The Flat Earth community has long had models that explain a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, including Lady Blunt and Albert Smith's model in their 19th century book Zetetic Astronomy. More recently, Joseph Henvey has also done excellent work constructing a demonstration using lights projected off a dome firmament showing exactly how an Antarctic 24-hour sun works on flat Earth. Using a two-way mirror to demonstrate a superfluid ceiling inside a dome over a flat Earth map, a flashlight is shined down to represent the sun moving over and around the Earth. As the sun circles its way from the Tropic of Cancer to the equator and outwards beyond, there is only one spotlight appearing in the sky. But as the flashlight widens its circuit outwards towards the Tropic of Capricorn, suddenly a second apparent projected sun appears and begins circling the opposite direction over and around Antarctica. Not only this, but since the projection is only apparent, it is based on the position of the observer. So as the camera moves 360 degrees around the outer circumference of the model, the 24-hour sun still circles overhead regardless of where in Antarctica the observer is located. Due to the vastness of our realm and the nature of the projection, very rarely would anyone anywhere on Earth be able to see both the actual and apparent sun, but it has been captured on film several times. These videos, which are easily explainable in the domed flat Earth model, have no explanation in the heliocentric globe model. there is no reason why their giant sun 93 million miles away in outer space would ever show a projected apparent second sun. But we even have video showing both suns reflecting their lights into the water below. Since we cannot see the entire expanse of the planetarium sky above us, our eyes create an apparent sky dome, as shown here. Each person has their own unique sky dome perspective based on where and when they are observing from. We know this to be true from the fact that 3 people in 3 different locations will observe the same sun appearing differently. One will see the sun rising, another will see the sun setting, and another between them will see the sun at its apex overhead, proving that everyone sees their own personal perspective of the sun's current location, and not its actual location. This is also why all the stars in the celestial sphere move the same direction around us east to west, but depending on where the observer is located and what direction they're facing, a second circle of stars will appear moving around the other way. We can see Polaris, Ursa Major and Minor, and other northern constellations from every point north of the equator simultaneously, but conversely cannot see the so-called South Pole star, Sigma Octantis, the Southern Cross, or other outer constellations simultaneously from every point south of the equator, because they all sweep over a great southern arc from their rise in the evening to their setting in the morning. All of this just goes to show that regardless of what the sun, moon, and stars look like or what they're doing over our heads, has no bearing on what the Earth looks like or what it's doing under our feet. The final experiment straw man, whether the footage is faked or genuine, is simply an appeal to the sky fallacy, where these desperate globe apologists insist that a solar observation somehow proves the shape of our terrestrial foundation. The fact of the matter is, even Will Duffy himself, when asked point blank about this issue, admits his supposed final experiment hasn't actually disproved flat Earth at all.
And like, I would put it to you like this. If there's a dome, if we're in an enclosed system, does that not mean that there are a whole lot of variables that we don't know about that could affect the lights in the ceiling?
Yeah, I can grant that.
One of the most popular and beloved dishes in the world. The consumption of pasta reaches hundreds of millions of tons each year, rising to become one of the essential foods in many countries. There are many different types of pasta, but spaghetti has the highest consumption. Right now, follow me to explore the production process of this special type of pasta.
Bethlehem Steel Corporation was once an essential part of American industrialization, known for providing employment to thousands and supplying the steel to construct much of America's famous architecture. Today, the company is bankrupt. So how did this industrial giant rise to dominate the steel industry? And what caused the company responsible for landmarks such as the George Washington Bridge, the Hoover Dam, and Alcatraz Island to fall out of favor with America? Stay tuned to find out, as today we covered the rise and fall of Bethlehem Steel. I'm your host Ryan Sokash, and you're watching It's History. Before diving into today's topic, I want to thank Home Title Lock for sponsoring this video. Thanks to them, title transfers, not to mention code It's History, which gained prominence in the 1830s for efficiently transporting coal across Pennsylvania. At that time, the US still relied on Britain for much of its steel production, for its rapidly expanding infrastructure. So, seeking a more effective way to transport coal, businessman Asa Packer enlisted his protege, Robert H. Sayre, to establish and operate the Lehigh Valley Railroad headquarters in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Sayre quickly identified the need for a reliable iron source to supply the railroad's expansion. To address this issue, he acquired the struggling Sakona Iron Company and renamed it Bethlehem Iron Company after its new home. Sayre's relationship took the company to new heights. By 1860, he recruited John Fritz, often called, quote, the most innovative of all American ironmasters. Fritz took up the role of designer and operations supervisor. Under Fritz's direction, Bethlehem Iron's first blast furnace began producing iron rails on January 5, 1863, fueling the nation's burgeoning railroad industry along the way. Fritz's innovations earned widespread acclaim, to the point that by 1864, he was asked by the federal government to construct a rail rolling mill in Chattanooga, Tennessee. This initiative supported the Union Army's efforts in the Confederate South, yielding substantial profits for Sayre's enterprise, marking the beginning of a long-standing relationship between Bethlehem Iron and the military. By the late 19th century, Bethlehem Iron had become a major industrial force. Producing cannons, armored plates, and machine components contributed to the U.S. victory in the Spanish-American War. The South Bethlehem plant created thousands of jobs, drawing immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe, whose labor and cultural contributions enriched Lehigh Valley. So it was in that context that in 1899, the railroad investors founded Bethlehem Steel Company, as they had acquired Bethlehem Iron. Just 2 years later, Charles M. Schwab, a visionary leader in the steel industry, took control of the company. In 1904, Schwab rebranded it as Bethlehem Steel Corporation, a name synonymous with American industrial dominance throughout the 20th century. Schwab's leadership was characterized by his unparalleled knowledge of steel production and his ability to captivate the public and investors. Under Schwab, Bethlehem Steel expanded aggressively, both nationally and globally. He secured coal holdings across the northeastern United States, acquired iron mines in Cuba, and purchased strategic assets like the Lackawanna Steel Company and the Four River Shipbuilding Company. These acquisitions ensured a steady supply of raw materials, allowing Bethlehem Steel to diversify its operations, solidifying its shipbuilding and infrastructure development leader position. To manage the company's rapid growth, Schwab hired Eugene G. Grace, an electrical engineer whose managerial expertise complemented Schwab's bold vision. Schwab and Grace formed a leadership duo that propelled Bethlehem Steel from a minor player with less than 1% of the nation's steel capacity in 1905 to the world's second largest steel producer within just 35 years. Grace was named company president, while Schwab continued as board chairman. This transition marked the beginning of a new era for Bethlehem Steel, as Grace's operational efficiency ensured the company remained a global industrial powerhouse. Their combined efforts cemented Bethlehem Steel's legacy as a cornerstone of American industrial expansion during the first half of the 20th century. During World War I, Bethlehem Steel cemented its status as a global powerhouse, becoming the largest supplier of armaments. The company built warships for the British Navy and filled substantial orders for the French and Russian governments. This strategic shift helped Bethlehem Steel break into the international steel market and expand its global influence. Despite the challenges of the Great Depression, Bethlehem Steel proved resilient. But it was also helped by President Franklin D. Roosevelt's National Industrial Recovery Act in 1933, which suspended antitrust laws in exchange for labor reforms, and this helped stabilize the company. Then, when World War II broke out, Bethlehem Steel's output became crucial to the war effort. The Bethlehem Shipbuilding Corporation produced an extraordinary 1,121 ships, accounting for nearly 20% of the U.S. Navy's two-ocean fleet. The company's wartime contracts ranked 7th among U.S. corporations. At its peak, Bethlehem employed over 300,000 workers, with 180,000 focused on shipbuilding alone. Eugene Grace played a pivotal role in this effort, promising President Roosevelt 1 ship per day, a goal that Bethlehem ultimately exceeded. It should also be noted that women entered the workforce in large numbers around this time, as men left for military service. though many of these positions were only temporary. Despite the company's reputation for providing stable, high-paying jobs to the community, working inside the plants could have been better. Workers endured grueling and dangerous conditions, especially in the coke works, described as smoky, fiery dungeons with unbearable heat. The intensity was so extreme that sweat would boil on workers' skin, causing painful steam burns. Additionally, wages needed to be increased to support a decent living. There were no benefits, and employees felt that they could be fired for incorrectly looking at an executive. In March of 1941, the United States was on the brink of war. Bethlehem steelworkers went on strike, demanding better conditions. At this point, the company was forced to recognize the Steelworkers Union. Among the first of the concessions was a modest 10-minute lunch break, previously unheard of. Over time, wages improved, but working conditions in the most hazardous areas remained unchanged. Bethlehem Steel thrived into the 1950s, expanding its market by supplying steel for the growing suburban development boom. However, in 1959, a 117-day nationwide steelworkers strike dealt a blow to the industry. Ultimately, it would come to an end when Vice President Richard Nixon brokered an agreement that provided workers with raises, pensions, health benefits, and vacation packages. But the trouble didn't end there. You see, the industry's problems deepened when collusion among major producers led to price hikes and damaging lawsuits. And this was horrible for America, as the resulting increased domestic steel costs forced American buyers to turn to imports. Many workers claimed that executive management contributed significantly to the company's decline. Instead of innovating, leadership reportedly prioritized short-term profits over long-term investments. Then, with the rise of the so-called mini-mill in the early 1960s, a cheaper, more efficient alternative to traditional blast furnaces was dismissed because it didn't promise immediate returns. Even so, by 1962, Bethlehem Steel opened a new plant in Indiana, focusing on sheet and plate steel for auto manufacturing. However, this expansion did little to close the gap with foreign steelmakers, who continued to innovate. While Bethlehem secured high-profit contracts, such as Madison Square Garden, its outdated practices persisted. A public relations campaign attempted to rebrand the company as forward-thinking, but it did nothing to help the public perception of the company's more systematic issues. The declining competitiveness of the domestic steel market became ever so evident when U.S. steelmakers, including Bethlehem Steel, lost the bid to provide materials for the World Trade Center's construction. Bethlehem was overlooked, as steel from various foreign sources was used instead. And by the 1970s, tension between management and labor just escalated. The Steelworkers Union was often blamed for the company's failures. At the same time, both sides were accused of prioritizing their financial interests over the plant's future. These disputes culminated in the closure of the South Bethlehem plant on November the 18th, 1995. A closure that, dare I say, marked the end of an era. For decades, the steel plant had been the backbone of the community, supporting thousands of families and playing a vital role in America's industrial and military dominance. However, decisions made by management and the union hurt Bethlehem's long-standing perception as a company that provided for families, taking those provisions away from thousands. With the closure of the plant and Bethlehem's bankruptcy, many were just left without jobs, benefits, or pensions. These days, the remains of Bethlehem Steel are a reminder that no company is too big to fail. The site of the original Bethlehem plant is now host to the Steel Slack campus, a venue created to prevent further decay or demolition of the plant. Any tax dollars generated from the site are utilized to revitalize the former steel plant by hosting events and festivals. The cultural impact of Bethlehem Steel goes beyond just the families it supported, as these guys played a part in constructing many of America's most impressive monuments. Beyond those already mentioned, Bethlehem contributed to the Peace Bridge, the Verrazano Bridge, the Rockefeller Center, and the San Francisco Municipal Railway. The company is also known in pop culture, as Bethlehem is the namesake of the indie rock band by the same name. The company has also been celebrated in song, such as Bethlehem Steel by Grantley Buffalo and Allentown by Billy Joel. which focuses on both Allentown and Bethlehem as steelworking cities. And with that being said, I'll leave you with this notion. Although the plant still stands today as a memento of American growth, I'd also consider it to be a warning against greed and complacency. I will wrap it up there for today, but you should know that we've done episodes on almost every monument mentioned in this video, making me realize just how deep this company's connection is to American heritage. You can find those videos in our It's History podcast playlist by clicking here. If you've got an episode suggestion, you can also get in touch with me over on the Patreon page.
Nope, not sleepy. Not sleepy at all. I played a game. I won. For 2 rounds. My team tried to lose it, but you know, every once in a while I gotta just put them on my back and carry. Just hard. Hard and run. Oh, kind of. No way.
Imagine boarding a roller coaster train, not knowing what lies ahead. You think it will be a short, fun ride, but oh, how wrong you are. An hour after you board it, you start to get really worried, but the operators promise the ride will start soon. A week later...
I'll be chilling, man. We chilling. I'm kind of hungry. I need a snack or something. No, I'm boycotting McDonald's. Yeah. Okay. What is that? Okay, we like that. Well, you know, whatever works for you, man. I don't know, no judgments like that.
On the 23rd of
a man finds himself drawn to him.
What? I don't know. I got no hot takes.
Mysterious land where lives a singing flame. He's not the only one. One by one, visitors from
Got a candle, man. Candle. Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I have a copy somewhere. I wanted another hard copy. I don't know if I have it or not.
From across the cosmos find themselves so enchanted by it that they inevitably congregate there to throw themselves into the flame just to become one with it.
I mean, I don't think so, but there's a chance. Forgot about it the last time.
A wayward colossus of living human bodies stomps its way through a dark countryside. Instead of running away in terror, one man...
What? I mean, buy it. I mean, I'll read it. Why don't you mean I'll proofread it? I'll stream if you want.
Man is overcome with awe at the sight and chases it down in hopes to become part of it.
Afterwards? What does that mean? Afterwards? Okay. Oh.
A woman inhales a mysterious spore. As it slowly colonizes her body, she finds that she somehow feels better than ever. She thinks of the infection as a brightness growing inside her.
The what? What does that mean? What are the big... I don't know what you're... Is not just release it all. Circle in the drain anyway. I don't understand why they just don't come out and be like, we did kill JFK. Like, at least probably make people feel a little better.
These are all undeniably cosmic horror stories. Their protagonists are most definitely victims of existentially terrifying fates. But they don't seem to see it that way. To them, what they're experiencing is less cosmic horror and more cosmic bliss. If you watch a lot of this channel, you're no stranger to this concept. We made a whole video about it last year. Back then, I was really trying to describe it as a matter of perspective. Sometimes cosmic horror just...
Remember what? Oh, you sick. Because you spent much time on Reddit and... Do you really? Oh my. That's where all these school shooter people go, Jared. Yeah, it's because they're all FBI agents trying to entrap people. Wait, do we legally have to say? They'd have to pay me a hell of a lot to get me on their team. I don't think they're doing it. No. Yeah, I mean, sure. And then you know what I will do? I will arrest Elon Musk. My investigation will be focused on Elon Musk. Bro, we need to get all of these like traitor people out of the country. Like, if you're not an American, you should not be. You shouldn't be allowed to vote. You shouldn't be allowed anywhere near government, let alone to be the most powerful, most wealthy person in the world. The government should, like, if there were wealthy people for other countries, they should be like hunting those people, not letting them run the fucking government. That is insane.
Isn't scary because to some people these are just incredible brushes with the sublime. But the comment section on that video.
Yeah. What they should do, they need to make a max. All they really have to do is make a maximum wage. And you tie it to the minimum wage, and then problem solved. Well, that's a whole other issue. One thing at a time. Yeah, I was gonna say every year. It has to be a continual thing. See, you can't do it in the United States. You have to do it in the world. Sucks. Put you in work in the mines, digging holes. Start over, round 2. Yeah, that's actually, maybe that's a good lesson, but I would say the last 10 years have really shown democracy is not the end. A lot of people should not be allowed to make decisions about their own lives, let alone any. the vast majority of people should not be allowed to make their own. Yeah, they'll be like, oh, but see, you have a microwave. Like, yeah, so I can literally eat poison. Like, like what? That's a hot take. Go. Or we gotta go hang out. We gotta plan something. Oh, because he's on this medicine too now. Well, then you should not be drinking either. Last 2 weeks ago, it was for 1 day. Last week, it was for like a week. And now it's for the holidays. Oh my. Don't you get sick? Doesn't it make... But if it's bad, doesn't it make you sick? Oh. Oh, okay. Do you have like more problems with your eyes because of it, or is the eye thing unrelated? Oh. Interesting. I think that's just from getting old. Dude, you're making me thirsty now. I gotta go get water. You made me thirsty. No, maybe I think you make me paranoid. Jared, you still there? Yeah, you fell asleep.